Alright, hello. Early Saturday. Um, Reading Higurashi here. Hope you've had a great Saturday so far, even though it's early. The mic, my mic arm is very dusty. I should dust it. But later, that can wait. So yeah, welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well whenever you're watching this. The plan is to just read Higurashi for the day. Depending on how it goes after a few good handful of hours, maybe we'll pivot. But as of right now, I'm thinking, especially with how honestly poorly I was at reading yesterday, or not yesterday, but last Higurashi stream, how upsettingly bad I was at reading. We're gonna try to rebound slightly here with today's stream. So again, apologies about that one. And yeah, we'll just read. It's gonna be a chill Saturday of reading for probably several hours. And then, like I said, maybe if we're feeling spicy, maybe switch to Valkyria Chronicles. But I want to at least mostly focus on reading here today. So let's just jump into it. So much so that I didn't do an intro song for the stream or anything today. Oh! I wasn't ready for Shion right there. Caught me off guard. Here we go. So yeah, no recaps needed. We're all caught up with what I was doing last time in Higurashi Land, right? No, I think it was a couple streams ago. It was the whole Shion coming to terms about Sataka and Satoshi. Then after that, it was Oishi's whole, will I not aid in the conflict here with how close I am to retiring and how important that is to me. And then him, strengthening his resolve with his team and like, we're gonna fucking do it. We got this shit. Him, having, what's the term I'm looking for? Coming to peace with, the Sonozaki family. That's basically kind of leading up to what we're at. I think we're really, probably all the major players here are all having their little arcs of getting on the same page and righting their wrongs, their sins, if you will, kind of thing. So I think we're getting close to what would be the climax here. I would assume we're getting to that kind of area. So here we go. Shion. I'm going to try really hard to be better at reading today. Very, very hard. Given the circumstances, I'll just come out... rough start already. Given the circumstances, I'll just come right out and say, oh no, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. Oh god. I've seen it too. One of those dreams you spoke of, Rika-chama. Huh? Really? Well, we don't have time for the full story, so I'll leave out the details. But according to my memories of that time period, it was actually over 48 hours after Rika-chama died, and yet none of the villagers had died. So we might be able to negate the emergency manual as long as we do something similar. Then, what happened in this dream? It was a nightmare. A dream where I killed everyone. Right. It must have been a dream, but I can remember it so clearly. I was completely obsessed with Satoshi-kun and refused to trust anyone in the village, so I went out of control. First came Granny Oryu, then Mayor Kimiyoshi, then Rikachama, Satoko, Mion, and Kichan. And in the end, I went completely mad and fell from my apartment and died. It was a future I don't want to remember. Even now, I sometimes see it in my dreams. My whole body starts shaking, sweat comes flowing like a waterfall, and I'm overcome with a chilling fear. However, just now, I realized. At that time, I'm certain that I and plenty of other people were still alive, even 48 hours after I killed Rikachama. There's something different. Yes, that's it. That's right. Before I confessed to Kichan Arena that I killed Rikachama, I hadn't told anyone about Rikachama's murder. And ironically enough, that proved the enemies targeting Rikachama needed proof of death in order to carry out their plans. Well, that's the rationale. Courts have issued an arrest warrant for obstruction of government duties. Therefore, you'll be held in custody here at Okinomiya Station for 48 hours after the arrest. I remember exactly last time on stream of this, it was the whole acting job by the group. This is part of their plan where they faked Mion or Shion going crazy, attacking people. It was all part of the plan. It was an acting job, clearly, but this is all to throw off the antagonistic force of Takano and the Mountain Dogs and all that, and that sect of the Tokyo group. That's where we're at. I remember now. No. Oishi leaned his elbows on the table and peered at me as he said that. Of course, I realized he was just pulling my leg, so I didn't even stop eating my katsudon. I kept shamelessly chewing down large bites. Anyway, who decided that they'd always serve katsudon at interrogations? Well, I am hungry and it does taste pretty good, but it's a bit heavy for a midnight snack. What happened to the assault charge and the Sword and Firearms Control Act violation? You formally indicted me for those earlier. Oh, that. Actually, I just got a call from Dr. Irie. He told me you came to show him a modified model gun, but it accidentally fired due to a gunpowder malfunction. With the victim and witnesses testifying to that effect, there's no point in even bringing it up with the courts. Fine, but that doesn't really matter to me. I'm prepared for this. Don't be stupid. The prosecutors can waive a charge for obstruction of government duties at their own discretion, but the other two are not nearly that easy to dismiss, you know? Having a mark on your criminal record is one thing, but I don't think you want to end up separated from your friends. How awfully considerate of you. I'm surprised. No. Classic laugh. Well, to be honest, I'd like to throw a daughter of the Sonozakis in jail and incur the wrath of that wrinkly old hag and your bratty sister. But you're risking your life to protect the Furude family head, so of course I'll play along. Oishi lightly smiled as he said that. His expression was hard to read like always, but I couldn't sense any ill intent behind it. So, what now? If you can get me a written record of what I asked for, I'll do my best to cooperate. Oh dear, this time we're completely in passive mode.
何しろ相手は得体の知れない団体で、しかもこちらには味方が少ない。
After all, the other party is an unknown organization, and there are very few allies here.
確固たる証拠でも出なければ身動きが取れませんので、完全に赤坂さんからの情報待ちですね。
We can't make a move without solid evidence, so we're completely dependent on information from Akatsuka-san.
あらまあ。
Oh my.
国家権力が何とも頼りないことで。
The power of the state is so unreliable.
面目ないことです。
No, I'm ashamed to admit it.
と、まあそれはさておいて。
Anyway, aside from that, Oishi suddenly stopped smiling and then gave a signal to Detective Kumagai, standing behind him. In response, he picked up a file on the desk near the entrance and then sat it down in front of me.
これは
This is
ひなみ沢の写真ですか？
a photo of Hinamizawa.
ねえ、
Yes.
実は祭りの晩、組合の集会場に遺失物として届けられたカバンの中に入っていたフィルムを現像したものです。
Actually, a bag was delivered to Lost and Found at the assembly hall on the night of the festival. This was developed from the film contained within,
他にもいろんな書類とかね。
along with various other documents.
それってまさか。
Then, you mean
察しの通りです。
it's just as you think?
間違いなく行方不明になった富武二郎さんの遺失物でしょう。
The lost bag definitely belongs to Jiro Toмотake-san, who is still unaccounted for.
しかもかなりの重要物証だ。
This is important material evidence.
ここに届けられたのはまさに奇跡でしょうね。
It's a miracle that it was delivered here. According to Oishi, various documents were hidden in there, disguised as rolls of film.
東京に関すること、特に高野美代に資金や指示を出している人間とそのルートがいろいろと書かれてありましたよ。
There were plenty of things related to Tokyo, in particular about the people providing funds and instructions to Miotsukushi, and the routes they do so through.
赤坂さんには情報屋を使って
That was hard to read for some.
昨晩書類を渡してあります。
I had an informant deliver the documents to Akatsuka-san last night.
おそらく数日もしないうちに東京の悪巧み連中はこのひなみ沢から手を引こうと考えるでしょうね。
Those clever folks in Tokyo will probably consider pulling out of Hinamizawa in the next few days.
それじゃあリカちゃまは？
Then what about Rika-chama?
ねえ、大丈夫でしょう。
Yes, she should be fine.
しかし気になることが一つあるんです。
However, there's one thing I'm worried about.
この建物なんですが、シオンさん、あなた見覚えありませんか？
Shion-san, do you recognize this building?
私ちょっとど忘れしたようで、これがどこかはっきりせんのですよ。
I seem to have forgotten, so I'm not sure where it's located.
これは
This is...
この隅に見える山の形とか建物の色、どっかで見たような気がするんですけど。
Color of this building looks familiar, and I feel like I've seen this mountain in the corner.
どうしました？
What is it?
この鉄パイプ、なんか書いてますね。
This metal pipe has something written on it.
見えますか？ほら。
Here, take a look.
熊ちゃん、ここを拡大できる？
Kuma-chan, are you able to magnify this spot here? Enhance!
一度やって
Enhance!
みてくれますか？
Let's give it a try.
了解っす。
Roger. Just then, I heard a knock at the door, and when the door immediately swung open without waiting for a reply, an elderly man with gray hair and a beard came in just as Detective Kumagai headed out.
ちょっとじいさん、せめてノックの返事を待ってくださいって。
Hey, slow down, old-timer. At least wait a reply. Wait for a reply before barging in.
アホ、そんな暇があるか。
You moron, there's no time for that.
鉄平の検視結果が出たぞ。
I have the results from Teppei's autopsy.
血液中に薬物等の検出は全くなしじゃ。
There were no traces of any drugs in his bloodstream.
なんですかそりゃ。
What's that?
そんな報告なら後でゆっくりと聞きますって。
If that's all you have to report, you can tell me later.
最後まで話は聞け。
Listen to the rest.
いいか。薬物の検出が全くないにもかかわらず、首筋の注射痕が喉の傷を外れて残っておった。
Okay. Even though we didn't detect any drugs, we did find an injection mark on his neck that wasn't damaged by the scratches.
痕跡が蘇生された箇所、そして時間から逆算しても、 残留反応がないのは不自然じゃ。
Considering the location of the mark and calculating backward from that point in time, it's unnatural that there's no residual reaction.
しかもその傷の周辺の可能部に明らかに北条鉄平とは違う毛髪が1本発見された。
Moreover, a single hair was found in this suppurating wound that clearly didn't belong to Teppei Hojo.
それに付着した整髪料はかなり特殊な種類のものじゃな。
And the hair product coating it is of a rather unique variety.
少なくともこの村には売っておらん。
At the very least, it's not one sold here in the village.
じいさん、それで相手を特定できますか？
Old timer, can you identify the assailant using that?
DNA 鑑定はまだ日本では導入されておらん。
DNA testing still hasn't spread to Japan yet. Ah, damn. Bogged by technology advancement.
じゃが整髪料となれば話は別じゃ。
But when it comes to this hair product, it's totally a different story.
今メーカーに問い合わせて製品の照合を行っておる。
We're currently contacting manufacturers in order to identify the product.
その後誰がそれを常用しているかを調べ上げれば有力な手がかりとなるじゃろう。
And if we can identify people who frequently use that product, it will be a valuable clue.
ナイスです、じいさん。
Nice work, old timer.
それがあれば重要参考人として警察も高野一味を捜査できる。
We can use that as an important reference to investigate Takano and her crew.
それで行きましょう。
Let's do it.
なんの
Don't mention it.
これは何じゃ。採石場の小屋か。
What's the deal with the shack in the quarry?
そうか、これ野号地ですよ。
Oh, that's it. This isn't Yagochi.
ありゃ、よくこれでわかりましたね、じいさん。
Oh, so you recognize this place, old timer?
もちろんじゃ。わしはよくここで遊んだ口じゃからの。
Of course. Spent plenty of time there.
それよりこの金を。
Anyway, what's this writing here? Old forensic man coming clutch here. He's gonna solve everything. The real hero of the story.
リカ、大丈夫ですか？
Rika, are you alright?
大丈夫なのです。
Me, I'm fine.
多分。
Probably. I did the best I could to answer Satoko's muffled call from above me. I could hear the sound of the springs, but for now the only thing right before my eyes was the approaching ceiling. Guess I don't have to worry about the bottom of the bed falling out.
眠るのは結構でございますが、いびきだけはかかないでくださいね。
You're welcome to fall asleep, but please try not to snore.
もし聞こえたら、ベッドを蹴って叩き起こして差し上げますから。
If I hear anything, I may have to kick the bed to awaken you.
それじゃあ僕も聞こえたら、ベッドを思いっきり蹴ってあげるのです。
Me. Then if I hear anything, I'll kick you straight out of the bed.
どちらが少なかったか競争なのですよ。
Let's make it a contest. Whoever snores less wins.
負けませんわよ。
Then I won't lose. I think I'm losing my voice. Jesus. I'm what, 10 minutes into the stream or whatever? I'm dying. It's because last night I was talking so much during the fucking vinyl stream thing. Sorry. I'm making terrible noises. Satoko says, then I won't lose. I suddenly cut off my voice and burst into laughter at that strong but panicked retort from Satoko. Satoko snores far, far more often than I do in her adorable sleep, so it's pretty much a guaranteed win for me, but maybe I'll let her have the victory this time. Irie arranged for Satoko and me to be moved to a vacant exam room. I'm lying on a mat under Satoko's bed, hidden behind a box of medical supplies. They never expect we're simply staying put at a scene of the attack. It was Shion's idea, and when Irie heads over to give Oreo a medical exam later this evening, Satoko and I will go for a ride in his car, and then end up hidden away in the basement of the Sonozaki house. About 30 hours left. I looked at the clock tucked under my arm and then let out a sigh. Just a little over a day. The rotation of the seconds hand felt so slow. Probably spend the slowest time period in my life hidden in here. Will this work? I'm still feeling anxious and uneasy. I had tried in the past to evade my enemy's attack by hiding in the mountains, but of course that never succeeded. Although, this is the first time I've hidden myself with the help of the club members, so I'm interested in seeing how it plays out. Or perhaps I should say, I'm full of anticipation. In addition to the anxiety and fear I felt thus far, oddly enough, I was feeling a little excited. And just then,
ねえリカ、
hey, Rika,
ちょっとだけお話を聞いていただけますか？
would you listen to me for a moment?
み
Me? Question mark. Satoko had been quiet for a while, but she suddenly spoke up. What's going on? Her tone was a little firmer than before, and there was something strange about it.
どうしたのですか、サトコ。
What is it, Satoko?
リカには話しておこうと思いますの。
Rika, I want to talk to you
3年前のあの事件のこと。
about the incident 3 years ago.
み、サトコ、
Man, we're doing a lot of meeping. Me, Satoko.
あの話はもう忘れるのが一番なのです。
I think it's best that you forget that story.
いいえ、聞いてくださいまし。
No, please listen.
私、ずっと眠ってる間、あの時のことを何度も夢に見ました。
I've had many dreams about back then,
何度も何度も。
over and over again.
それでやっと思い出したんですの。
And I finally remembered. Flashback,
あの日、
flashback, flashback.
私はお母さんとお父さんの3人でドライブに行きました。
That day, my mom, my stepdad, and I went on a drive.
本当は嫌でしたけどね。
I really hated it.
だってあの人、見かけは怖いのに妙に慣れ慣れしくて、私のご機嫌を取ろうとして。
Because while he... oh my god. Sorry. Because while he looked scary, he tried to flatter me with strange familiarity.
きっと今までのお母さんの恋人のように裏表のある人だって思っていました。
I had always thought he was as two-faced as mom's past lovers.
だから決して懐いてやるもんかって心に決めていましたの。
So deep in my heart, I decided I'd never get along with him.
でも惚れた弱みとでも申し上げるのでしょうか。
But, in short, they say love is blind, right?
お母さんはその人のそんな見せかけの優しさを本気だと受け止めて、ずいぶん入れ込んでおられました。
Mom took his masquerade of kindness seriously. She was completely absorbed.
それが私には歯がゆくて口惜しくて仕方がなかった。
All I could do was feel irritation and regret.
お母さんは騙されている。
Mom was being deceived.
そしてまたしばらくしたら喧嘩して仲が悪くなって、そして別れて悲しい思いをするんだ。
It was only a matter of time before they'd fight and stop getting along. Then she'd feel sad when they broke up.
だから私がいつものようにいろいろと追い出してやるつもりで、その人に嫌がらせをしてやりましたの。
So I did all kinds of things to harass him, hoping to get rid of him.
そうすればきっとその人のメッキが剥がれる。それを見ればお母さんの目も覚めると思って。だって今までずっとそうでしたから。
Surely that would cause his armor to peel off. I thought Mom would wake up when she saw that, because that was how it always worked.
でもその人はいつもと違った。
But that man wasn't like the others.
怒るよりもいつも思い悩んで悲しそうで、夜中でもお母さんとずっと私のことで話し合っておられました。
Rather than getting angry, he always got worried and sad. He was always talking to Mom about me at night.
それが私には余計に気持ち悪かった。
And that made me feel uncomfortable.
きっとこの人は何か企んでいる。
Surely this man was planning something.
そしてお母さんを味方に引き込んで、私を邪魔者扱いしてこの家から追い出すつもりなんだ。
And he's going to get Mom on his side, then convince her I'm a burden and drive me out of this house.
いや、もしかしたら私を事故か何かに見せかけて殺すつもりなのかも。
No, maybe he'll even kill me and make it look like an accident or something.
そんなことをずっと考えていました。
I was always thinking thoughts like that.
だからドライブで行った先で一緒に川を見よう。
So let's go for a drive and see the river together.
そう言って誘われた時は、きっと私を崖から突き落とすつもりなんだと思って、車の中に残ることにいたしましたの。
When he invited me by saying that, I worried he was going to push me off the cliff, so I decided to stay in the car.
そして車内に一人になったら、急になんだか寂しくなって悲しくなって、そして怖くなりました。
And then, when I was left alone in the car, suddenly I started feeling somehow lonely, sad, and terrified.
やっぱり私はお母さんたちにとって邪魔者なんじゃないかなって。
Maybe I really am a burden on them.
だからもしかしたら二人きりになったことをいいことに、お母さんとあの人は私を殺す算段をしているかもしれない。
Then maybe the two of them are using their time away from me to plot how to kill me.
そう思ったら 耳の奥でキーンと嫌な音が聞こえて、全身が虫に刺されたみたいに痒くなって。
As I thought that, I heard an awful sound ringing in the back of my ears, and my whole body was crawling like it was covered in bug bites.
気がついた時には私、車から出て、物陰から崖に立つ二人を覗き見ていましたの。
When I noticed that, I stepped out of the car, and from the shadows I peered out at the two people standing by the cliff.
そしたら、
And then... Push.
大丈夫ですか、あなた。
Are you alright, dear?
昨日も遅かったみたいですけど。
Seems you came home late again yesterday.
ああ、もちろんじゃ。
Oh, of course.
なんせ賛成派の連中の仲介役はわしでなければ務まらんからの。
The supporters will never get anywhere without me acting as an intermediary.
下手に顔を出せば園崎のばあさんのお怒りを買うってみんな震え上がっているんじゃから。
If I back down, everyone will cower at old lady Sonozaki's wrath.
そんな役回りですね、本当に。
It's such a disadvantageous role to be in.
まあ嫌われることには慣れちょるわ。
Well, I'm used to being hated.
こんなこわもてでのぶとい声じゃ好かれる方が珍しいわい。
It's pretty rare for someone to like a tough-looking, loudmouth person like me.
私も最初はそうでしたよ。
I felt the same way at first.
初めて会った時の怯えた顔、今でも忘れとらんぞ。
I'll never forget how frightened you looked when we first met. He excitedly laughed and shook his large body as he said that, but he suddenly stopped smiling as though he had remembered something, then sighed while drooping his shoulders.
まあ、そのせいでさとこちゃんには申し訳ないことしちょるがな。
But thanks to that, I scared poor Satoko-chan.
あなた。
Dear. Satoko's mother gently placed a hand on the shoulder of the large man beside her. His large build crumpled, and his shoulders were drooping excessively low.
わしの夢じゃった。優しい女房、かわいい子供。
A kind-hearted wife and a cute kid. That was my dream.
ほとんど諦めていた分、一度に手に入ったのが本気で嬉しくて、浮かれてしもうた。
I had almost given up, but I'm so happy to have finally obtained it all at once. I'm ecstatic.
そのせいで、さとこちゃんには、
Oh, this is
いろい
brutal.
ろ誤解させてしまったんじゃろう。
And that's probably why I caused so many misunderstandings with Satoko-chan.
あの子は悪ない。わしが間違っておったんじゃ。
She's not a bad girl. I was the one in the wrong.
そんなこと。
Don't say that.
それに、わしがおりょうばあさんに逆らったせいで、さとしくんとさとこちゃん、二
Plus,
人には本当にすまんことをしてしもうた。
I've made things harder for Satoshi-kun and Satoko-chan by fighting against Lady Oryu.
村の連中が冷たい仕打ちをしていることくらい、わしにだって分かっとる。
Even I understand how coldly the villagers are treating them.
けど賛成派の連中の手前、ここで屈して頭を下げるわけにはいかんのじゃ。
But I'm standing up on behalf of the supporters, so I can't back down now.
大丈夫ですよ。
It'll be alright.
二人とも強い子です。
The two of them are strong.
いつかきっと分かってくれると思います。
I'm sure they'll understand one day. Satoko couldn't see his face. Even so, she could tell by the sound of his voice. Satoko's stepfather was crying.
私がいけなかったんです。
I was the one in the wrong.
ちょっと言い寄られて、優しい言葉をかけられるたびに浮かれて、相手の人に嫌われまいと、あの子を邪険に扱ってしまった。
Whenever they flattered me, I was so infatuated with them that I treated her harshly, in order to avoid getting on their bad side.
どれだけ聡子が構って欲しがっていたのか考えもしなかった。
I never even thought about how much Satoko wanted attention.
あの子にはどれだけ詫びても足りん。
No amount of apology will be enough for her.
だから国から補助金をもろうて引っ越したら精一杯償いをしたいんじゃ。
So, once we get our government subsidy and move, I want to do as much as I can to make amends.
わしらのことはいい。あの子が幸せになれるように。
Not for ourselves, but so we can make her happy. Right. Then, the two of them excitedly planned out various things in their future. And needless to say, all of them were about Satoko and Satoshi. Getting a new house and furnishing rooms for Satoko and Satoshi. Buying a bunch of cute stuffed animals to fill Satoko's room. Finding a neighborhood baseball team for Satoshi to join, and going out to play catch with him on days off. putting a nice big color TV in the living room, buying the latest video game console so they can invite lots of friends over, replacing both of their beat-up old bikes, maybe even with those newer models with changeable gears. The mother and stepfather were firmly divided on whether or not the two of them should go to cram school, but even that discussion was full of love for both of them. Suddenly, she noticed teardrops trickling to the ground. Satoko then realized that she was crying. Why? Why had she been treating these people so terribly, when they'd been so kind to her? She did so many awful things, told so many terrible lies, and yet these people have been treating her like a daughter all this time. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Satoko wiped away her overflowing tears, then looked up to face them once again. Seeing the two of them happily discussing a vibrant future must have been enough to brighten her mood, because Satoko could feel the darkness in her heart receding. Let's trust them. Mom and that man. I mean, my stepdad. Pretend you didn't hear anything. Now, let's cheerfully jump into their comforting arms. Will they be surprised? Will they be able to catch me? I'm still anxious, still a little scared, but I've decided. I've decided to believe in the love the two of them feel. And with those thoughts in mind, Satoko ran toward the two of them with an extraordinarily huge smile on her face. It's brutal. God. Oh, God. It's like a truck backing up outside. I'm hearing a lot of beeping going on. Okay, how much time had passed since then? When I came to my senses, I was lying on the ground. And when I looked up, I saw a mercilessly broken railing. Mom and my stepdad were... nowhere. I couldn't see them anywhere. It was too much to handle, so I lost my voice. My heart was throbbing, and I kept taking deep breaths over and over to get my breathing under control. And at last, I just barely managed to suppress the shock and surprise in my heart and speak to Satoko. Satoko. Is that really true? To be honest, I wasn't confident about the truth of the matter up until now. I always hated my stepdad. That made me believe he told me an outright lie once again, and that the fact is I simply killed the two of them. But... I can clearly remember the final looks on their faces. They were pushing me back as hard as they could, trying to keep me from falling with them. What is with this music? There's something weird. I don't know. Like, okay, so the realization, the revelation here is, okay, it wasn't that she just outright was like in a fit of rage or taken over by Hinamizawa syndrome or something, or whatever the case is, go and just push both of her parents to their deaths. So the realization is, oh, she was just actually excited. She came to a realization that they loved her, and she wanted to go give them a big ol' hug and accidentally pushed them over a cliff. It's just... But this music now, and... I don't know. Alright. But let's continue. And then... Once the two of them realized I was safe, they both smiled. I could hear Satoko weeping on the other side of the bed. I wanted to get up there and stand beside Satoko right away. I wanted to pat her head to comfort her and tell her it's okay. However, unfortunately, this was neither the time nor place.
いいのです。
Satoko, that's enough.
もう本当にいいのですよ。
Really, it's enough, isn't it?
いいえリカ。
No, Rika.
もしかしたらこれは私の逃げる気持ちが生み出した虚言かもしれない。
Maybe this is just a lie I constructed from my desire to run away.
でも目覚める前に夢の中の声が言ってくれたんです。
But before I woke up, a voice in my dream spoke to me.
夢？
Dream?
え
Yeah.
え、どうか泣かないで。
Please don't cry.
あなたを救えて二人は最後まで喜んでいた。
Because the two of them are happy to fight for you until the end.
その言葉が私を救ってくれた。
Those words saved me.
ずっと自分の記憶の中に封じ込めていた私の罪を
All the
許
sins,
してくれた。
all the sins I've kept locked in my memory all this time were forgiven. Satoko's voice was full of tears, but it still had a strong, dignified sound to it.
あの声はもしかしたらリカの声だったのかもしれないって今なら思います。
I think now that might have been your voice, Rika.
だからあなたのことはこの身に変えても守ってみせます。
And so, I'll give everything I have to protect you.
それが私の贖罪と生きがいなんですわ。
That's my atonement and my reason to live.
だからどうかこれからも協力してくださいましね。
So from now on, please let me continue to help you.
サトコ。
Satoko. Who could say no after hearing that? Once again, I felt proud to have this cute, brightly shining little girl as a friend.
僕はサトコの友達でいられて
Satoko, I'm truly, truly glad
本当に良かったのですよ。
to have you as a friend.
私もでございますわ。
I feel the same way, Rika. I felt warm tears spill out of my eyes as I clenched my fists. 29 hours left. No doubt about it, I'll definitely endure this, and I'll grab hold of that happy future with the help of my wonderful friends. Moon.
お疲れさんです。
How are you doing?
今のは誰からです？
Who was it?
今度はうちの所長っすよ。
It was our marshal.
だんだんと手強くなってきましたね。
They're gaining strength.
けど俺の敵じゃないっすよ。
But he's no match for me.
覚悟を決めた男の力ってやつを見せてやりますって。
I'll show them the power of a man with dedication.
それにしても所長が今日所長会のゴルフで良かったですね。
Anyway, glad he's playing golf today.
直接来られたら少々うるさかったでしょうし。
If he actually came over, it would have gotten a little complicated. No!
ゴルフ場から電話とは仕事してんだかしてないんだか。
Did he call from a golf course? Is he working or what? Also, this is so dumb, but like, I keep seeing this poster behind him as like he's wearing like some head ornament thing. I don't know why. I keep looking up and like I'm like, why is he? But it's just some poster on the wall. I don't know. That random.
大高君、所長と一緒に乗り込みたかったろうに、今頃悔しがってるぞ。
I bet Otaka-kun wanted to come over for with the marshal. He's probably really upset about. He's probably real upset about now.
間接攻撃でダメなら次は直接攻撃ですかね。
Since an indirect attack hasn't worked, you think they'll try a direct one?
乗り込んできますか？
Will
大
Utaka,
高のやつ。
will Utaka come here?
所長が捕まらないんじゃ、自分で乗り込むしかないと踏むでしょう。
If he can't get a hold of the chief, he'll have to.
もうじき8時半か。
It's almost 8:30.
下の窓口が開く頃だ。
The main doors will open soon. Morning had finally arrived. The chorus of cicadas had begun. That familiar sound would make one think it was just another day. But it was hardly going to be normal. Oishi and company were already grazing the tip of a huge conspiracy.
大高君の性分だと、多分堂々と胸を張って正面からやってくるでしょう。
Knowing how Otaka-kun is, he'll probably come through the main entrance.
自分だけが正義だと思ってるやつにありがちっすね。
Yeah, that's what a guy like him would do.
よし、水際撃退と行きましょうかね。
Okay, Let's go with a coastline defense strategy.
クマちゃんは取調室を頼みます。
Kuma-chan, I need you to handle the interrogation room.
例の現像は終わりましたか？
Have we finished developing the photos?
もう少し。
Just a little longer.
あ、今来たっす。
Oh.
こっち。
No, he came just now. Here you go. The front desk would be opening soon. The clerks were inside the counter area just waiting for the opening chime to ring out. Did he have to get involved with those detestable bastards this early in the morning? He wished they were at least big... I'm gonna try that again. He wished they were at least big-breasted young ladies. Why did I put that sentence in? Oishi had a critical role to play. If they managed to just take Shion Sonozaki to Prefectural Police Headquarters, it would be a heavy blow to her future, even if she didn't say anything. Plus, Rika Furude's whereabouts and the uncertain nature of her life or death were key elements of this operation. If they could keep the enemy busy for just a minute, just a second, then Akatsuka's team could grab hold of their slightly protruding tail. But if the enemy were able to learn that Rika is still alive before they're able to grab hold of that tail, the enemy would be able to reassemble their plans. It would restore the credibility of the Alphabet Project, and the enemies on the verge of abandoning their operation would come back with a perfectly executed plan. It seems that Rika Furude was able to overcome this conspiracy with miraculous intuition, but it's both a miracle and a kamikaze attack. A miracle is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you expect one to happen, you're doomed to fail. You're doomed to failure. So, there won't be a next time. If they can't defeat the enemy here, they'll never win. It would deal serious damage to them internally, but ultimately, a draw would only lead to victory for the enemy. We have to expose the enemy by any means necessary, and then have Akatsuka deal a heavy blow with his own hands and take down our enemy. No matter how things play out, this incident could never become public knowledge, but there are people who can't be saved unless we devote ourselves to it right here now. This is ostensibly a violation of duties, but this is exactly the sort of situation where a detective's soul burns brightest. That's right. Didn't my mentor knock me down and tell me that on the day back when I was young? Someone who, despite the hot weather, was wearing a suit, came in through the automatic sliding door. He had two of his colleagues with him. He was showing off his authority like he always did.
Yo! Ohayou gozaimasu, Otaka-kun.
Good morning, Otaka-kun.
これはおはようございます大石さん
Well, well, good morning, Oishi-san.
それから私のことはくんと呼ばないでください
By the way, please don't address me with such familiarity.
もうあなたにくんで呼ばれるような立場ではありません
I'm no longer in a position where you can talk to me that way.
まあまあそんなこと言わずにOtaka-kun。
No, don't be like that, Utaka-kun.
同じ宅で麻雀を打ったよしみじゃないですか。
We used to play mahjong together, didn't we? Utaka seemed disgusted to hear that. He used to boast about being a good mahjong player, but Oishi once beat him badly in front of many people, which hurt his pride.
あなたとゆっくり休校を温めたいところですが
I would love to chat with you,
今日は急ぎの用事がありますので失礼させていただきます
but I'm in a hurry today, so please excuse me.
まあまあそう言わずに。
No, hey, don't say
あ
that.
んたが交流剣道大会で症状の執行委託を忘れて泣きついてきたとき、助けてあげたでしょ。
Remember that kendo tournament? When you forgot to write out all those certificates? You begged me to help you.
こっそりステージ裏で書いてあげたから無事表彰式ができたんじゃないの。
I wrote them for you backstage, and that was why the award ceremony went so smoothly, didn't it?
その件については感謝していますが今は関係ないことです
I truly appreciate that, but that has nothing to do with this right now.
ありゃ感謝してくれてましたの。
Oh, I didn't know you appreciated it.
そりゃ失礼。
Nah, sorry about that.
そういう話はとんと聞いたことがなかったもので。
I've never heard anything like that before.
県警では私が書きたいとわがまま言ったから執行委託を断ってわざわざ書かせてやったんだって話で通ってましたよ。
Down at the prefecture station, they think I begged to write it, and that you turned the offer down and let me write it for you.
症状の文字があまりうまくないのでどういうことなんだと本部長に聞かれて以来のあなたの言い訳のはずですが。
Wasn't that the excuse you used when the director called you up asking what happened since my handwriting on the certificates wasn't so great?
さあ、どうなんでしょうね。
Well, I don't know.
誰かが誤解してるんじゃないですか。
Maybe someone misunderstood.
私はそんなことを言ってませんよ。
At the very least, I never said such a thing.
県警本部はあなたの島だろうが、あいにくここは沖宮署でね。
The prefectural police headquarters may be your territory, but unfortunately, this is the Okinomiya PD.
あんたの思い通りにはそうそうならんってことです。
You won't get your own way here.
お
Oh?
それはどういう意味ですか、大石さ
We love when old men just try to assert dominance over each other. And what do you mean by that, Oishi-san?
あんたがここへ何しに来たかは知らんが、あんたの島は極楽だ。
I don't know why you're here, but your jurisdiction's in Gogura,
沖宮じゃない。
not Okinomiya.
おとなしく引き上げてもらいましょう。
I would like to ask you to leave.
ん。何の権限があってだね。
What? Under what authority?
そちらこそ何の権限があってですかな。
And what authorization do you have to be here?
県警本部で現在捜査中のある秘匿捜査事件についてだ。
I'm in the middle of a classified investigation on behalf of headquarters.
その件に関連があると思われる重要参考人がこちらにあると聞いてね。
I've heard that there's a key witness related to the investigation here.
なら電話でお問い合わせを。
Well then, please inquire on the phone.
沖宮はね、貧乏人の町ですから。
Okinomiya is in a rich neighborhood.
オーダーのスーツなんか着てるボンボンの来るところじゃないってことです。
This isn't a place where someone in a custom-made suit should be.
なるほど。
I see.
しかし所長から被疑者を県警本部に引き渡すよう命令が来ているはずです。
However, there should be an order from the marshal to hand over the suspect to the prefectural police headquarters.
あなたエリートなのに、一罪一逮捕一拘留の原則を知らないんですか？
Has an elite like yourself not heard the principle of one crime, one arrest, one detention?
被疑者は公務執行妨害で逮捕令状を発行し、それに基づいて取り調べを行っています。
An arrest warrant has been issued against the suspect for obstruction of government duties, and we are currently carrying out an investigation based on that.
起訴するまで48時間以内は所轄に拘留する権限があるんですよ。
It's within our authority to keep her detained under our jurisdiction for up to 48 hours until she can face prosecution. Yes?
ならさっさと起訴して送検してください。
Then please indict her immediately and send her to prosecution.
いやー、そうしたいところですが、今回の被疑者、ものすごく口が硬いやつでして。
Well, I'd like to, but the suspect is being particularly tight-lipped.
目標を貫いてなかなか自供してくれないんですよ。
We can't get a confession out of her if she insists on keeping silent.
なら
Good job,
そ
Oishi.
の
Keep
取
it
り調
up.
べに我々も立ち会わせてもらおう。
Then, I would like to attend the interrogation.
嫌です。
No. To that I say no. What?
私は県警本部の秘匿事件担当として
I'm requesting it as the person in charge of this classified investigation at the prefectural headquarters.
それが本当なら、
If that's the truth,
私はあんたの刑事魂を疑わない。
look, I don't want to doubt your policeman's spirit.
刑事魂は高潔だ。
A policeman's spirit is a noble one, see?
そりゃあお給料がもらえなかったらこんな商売誰だってやりゃしないです。
Sure, no one would go into this business if we weren't getting paid for it.
ですがね、それだけじゃ測れない魂がなきゃ刑事は務められないんです。
But you know, you can't be a good detective without dedication that can't be measured by your pay alone.
あんたにその魂があるってんなら、私はここを譲りますよ。
If you say you have that spirit, I'll let you through. The look in Oishi's eyes made clear the anger that was roiling within him. As he looked into those eyes, Utaka recalled all kinds of frightening memories. Utaka didn't want Oishi to sense his fear, so he couldn't prevent himself from loudly swallowing.
ならそこを譲ってもらいましょ
Okay, then please let me through.
う。私も刑事魂でここに来ています。
I'm here because of my policeman spirit. me when I've got that policeman spirit in me.
そこをどいてください。
Please step aside.
なら私をその刑事魂で押してどかしてみなさい。
Why don't you make me with your policeman spirit? Make me!
ほれ
Come on!
なんですって
What?
あんたの刑事魂が私の刑事魂に負けないくらいに重いものなら私なんか簡単にどかせちゃうはずですよ。
If your policeman spirit is as strong as mine, you should be able to brush me aside easily.
ほれ
Come on,
試してみなさい。
try it. Oishi was obviously saying that he had no intention of letting Otaka through. How could he do this? Otaka was confused. Otaka was an elite policeman at the prefectural police headquarters. He believed academic background and performance record were enough to earn trust. He has been working hard under that belief. But Oishi doesn't acknowledge that. He doesn't even respect him. He is a scumbag. He was the worst type of person, one who tried to establish their meaning and purpose only through rough means, refusing to acknowledge everything about their superiors in order to protect their own pride, as uncivilized people often did. Otaka hadn't been thinking ever since they worked together, or had been thinking ever since they worked together. Why do people trust in someone like Oishi? Why do people respect someone like him? Why do people appreciate someone like Oishi more than they did Otaka?
あんたに取り調べの決定権はないはずだ。
You don't have the right to make decisions regarding the interrogation.
警部より下の人間に容疑者を拘留できるとでも思ってるのか。
Do you think people ranking below Chief Inspector can detain a suspect?
なあ、それならうちの三田警部に交渉。
Ah, then you'll have to negotiate with your own Chief Inspector, Mitsuda.
彼に今回の取り調べの許可をいただいておりますので。
He was the one granted authority over this interrogation.
と言っても、今別件の捜査に出ていますけどね。
But he's currently out on another investigation.
ならさっさと呼び戻せ。
Then call him back, immediately.
呼び戻せだ。
Call him back?
言っときますけど、彼は気弱だが、信念はとびっきり強い男だ。
Just so you know, he may be a timid man, but he still has very strong convictions.
同じ警部なのにあんたとえらい違いでね。簡単に脅しに乗ると思ったら大間違いですよ。
You're making a big mistake if you think he'll be easily threatened by someone of the same rank as him, got it?
どきたまえ。
Move.
今すぐどかなければ捜査妨害で君を告発することもできるんだぞ。
If you don't, I can accuse you of interfering with an investigation.
ほう、それはどんな捜査ですかな。
Oh, what kind of investigation?
話してくれりゃ協力もしますよ。
If you tell me, I'll help you.
だから君もわからない人だな。
Didn't you hear me?
秘匿捜査だから君ごとき田舎署の刑事には話せんのだ。
It's classified. I can't talk about it to someone like you.
なるほど。全部話せないなら一部でもいい。
I see. Well, if you can't tell me everything, you can tell me one thing instead.
あんたその仕事に何を背負ってますか。
What do you have resting on your shoulders?
背負う
On my shoulders?
何を言ってるんだ。
What are you talking about?
私はね、背負ってますよ。
I have something on my shoulders.
私の後ろには村の住民の命運2000人分があります。
The fate of 2,000 villagers rests there. Oh, bars, bars, bars. Oishi's got bars, man. Oh.
あんたを通せば2000人、いやそのご親戚やご家族も含めればもっともっと大勢の人が悲しむことになる。
If I let you through, there's 2,000 villagers. No, their relatives as well. They'll all be very sad.
あんた分かってますよね。
You know what I'm talking about, don't you?
何の話かさっぱりだ。
I have no idea what you're on about.
腹を割ってやる。
Okay, I'll tell you.
あんたの飼い主は恐ろしいことを企んでいる。
Your boss is planning something terrifying.
あんたはそこまで想像がついちゃいないだろうが、何千人もの人が不幸になる恐ろしい陰謀を企んでいるんだ。
I bet you haven't thought it through that far, but it's a conspiracy that'll make thousands of people unhappy.
そいつがくじかれる瀬戸際だってんで、 多分家に帰ってくつろいでいたあんたを呼び出してすぐに調べろと命じたんだ。
That conspiracy is about to crumble. That's why they called you in from home and ordered you to investigate.
いくらの小遣いで頼まれてるかは知らんが、それがあんたの刑事魂より重いってんなら。
I don't know how much you're getting paid for this, but if that is more important than your policeman's spirit. Oishi stopped talking there, but his eyes continued to speak after that.
何を言ってるのかさっぱりわからないですよ。
What in the world are you talking about?
とにかくそこを通してください。
Anyway, please just let me through. Otaka's dismay was plain to see, even if his words didn't acknowledge it. He was clearly being paid to take part in something fishy. No, it's more apt to say he was bribed. An intelligence network he built of his own free will, or so he thought, bartered with him, requesting that he extradite Shion Sonozaki, and he intended to do just that. Of course, the whole classified investigation rationale was a load of bullshit. But when an elite from Prefectural HQ says he's working on a classified investigation, he expects everyone to treat him with respect. And yet, even so, why did this man alone refuse to bow to him?
話になりません。
This is preposterous.
このことは後日必ず所長に抗議させていただきます。
I'll be sure to file a protest with the chief later.
お
Whoa!
おう、またんかい。
Hey, wait a minute.
話はまだ終わってませんよ。
I'm not done yet. As Otaka tried to walk by, Oishi grabbed him by the arm. Otaka tried to make him let go, but Oishi was just too strong. Oh, there's that old man strength.
話してください、大石さん。
Let me go, Oishi-san.
ありゃ、大して力を入れてるつもりはないんですがね。
Oh, not putting that much strength into it.
あんたに真の刑事魂があったなら、こんなのには屈しない。
If you have a policeman's spirit, this shouldn't stop you.
あんたの揺るぎない正義魂が、私なんかあっさり打ち倒して踏み越えていくでしょう。
With your unshakable spirit of justice, you should be able to knock me down easily.
だが、あんたこの程度の腕も剥がせない。
But you can't even get my hand off of your arm.
なんでかわかりますか？
Do you know why?
話せ。
Get off of me!
てめえには刑事魂がないからだよ。
It's because you don't have a policeman's spirit. Oishi let go of his shoulder, and Otaka tumbled onto the floor, sliding for more than 2 meters.
これは捜査妨害だ。
What is this? This is interference with an investigation.
公務執行妨害、いや傷害の現行犯だぞ。
This is interference with a government official executing his duties. No, this is assault.
緊急逮捕しろ。
Arrest him immediately! Otaka ordered his 2 colleagues around, but they didn't know what to do. Oishi was also a policeman, and obviously there was something more going on between them. Besides, they could sense one thing. Their instincts were telling them that Oishi was far stronger than them. They were no match at all.
どうしましたか、大石さん。
What's going on, Oishi-san? Some officers were gathering in the lobby. They all looked puzzled.
いえいえ、
Nothing much.
県警の青二才が筋の通らんことを言い出したもので、ちょいと先輩として指導したまでです。
This greenhorn from the prefectural headquarters demanded something selfish, so I just taught him a lesson. The officers alternately looked between Oishi and Otaka. They knew something was going on, but they didn't know the circumstances, so they didn't know which one to stop. Oishi was respected by the policemen of the Okinomiya station. Everyone respected him. If Oishi said that Otaka was being selfish, then he must be at fault. Oishi was generally seen as sensible. All of them thought that Oishi would only do this in a public place like a lobby if it was something major. Otaka was feeling humiliated to get such attention. He stood up calmly, hiding his humiliation with anger.
なるほど。
I see.
あなたの言い分は分かりました。
I understand your position.
私も子供の使いでここに来ているわけじゃない。
But I'm not here on a child's errand either.
いい根性です。
I like your spirit.
胸を貸しますよ。
I'm ready to go if you are.
かかってこいよ、二歳が。
Bring it on, Greenhorn!
うわ
Ah!
甘いわ。そんなもんか。
Is it a slap fight? Not enough. That all you got?
くそ
Damn it.
お前の刑事魂はそんなもんか。
So that's your policeman spirit?
俺はひなみ沢2000人を背負ってる。
I have 2,000 Hinamizawan villagers resting on my shoulders.
諸葛管内2000人の命を預かってる。
The lives of 2,000 people in my jurisdiction depend on me.
ならば2000人を押しのける気迫で今回。
Why don't you tackle me with a spear that's strong enough to knock them down 2,000 enough to knock down 2,000 people? Oh, I'm not even gonna try to replicate that noise. It was like watching a match between a sumo wrestler and a small child. No matter how many times Otaka tried to tackle Oishi, he simply crumpled against him. Oishi stood firm, as if his feet were rooted to the earth. By the third time Otaka tumbled to the floor, he finally realized that he had been provoked. He caught his breath and fixed his hair. Okay,
ならばお教えしましょ
I'll tell you.
う。私が担当している事件はあなたもご存知の S 号絡みです。
The case I'm investigating has something to do with the Sonozaki family.
その経緯でとある方面から真偽を確かめてほしいと依頼されたのです。
I was asked by someone to check on something.
回りくどい言い方じゃわかりませんな。
Why are you beating around the bush?
もうちょいとわかるようにお願いします。
Can't you say it more directly than that?
何しろ疑われているのはひなみ沢地区では信仰上のマスコットともいえる少女の安否なのです。
At any rate, they're questioning the well-being of that girl said to be the mascot for the religion here in Hinamizawa.
それが事実かどうかすぐに確かめなければなりません。
I have to confirm if she's dead or alive immediately.
だから電話で説明したでしょ。
I told you, we explained that over the phone.
現在調査中。
It's still under investigation.
まだまだお時間がかかります。
They need more time.
いや言いたくなかったんですよね。
Huh. Well, didn't want to tell you this.
この依頼はもう伏せ字はやめましょう。
This request was... I'll tell you the truth.
あなたの大の苦手の園崎議員からです。
It was requested by someone you really hate. Representative Sonozaki.
あの紋付き袴の怖い人。
Ah, that scary man with the crest on his hakama, huh?
確かに苦手ですね。
Yeah, you're right. I do hate him.
あの人に凄まれたら、私も道理引っ込めて無理を通すしかありません。
If that man threatened me, I'd have to abandon logic and push his demands through too.
そうでしょう、そうでしょ
See? See?
う。その園崎議員から大至急フルで理科がどこに拉致されているか、そして生死について確かめてほしいと依頼されたのです。
Representative Sonozaki requested I determine where Rika Furude is being held and if she's still alive immediately.
住民の依頼ですからね。
This is a request by a citizen.
住民のための警察です。
The police department is there for the citizens.
引き受けるのは当然ですよ。
Of course, I accepted his request.
何しろフルで理科はひなみ沢ではただの少女じゃない。
Rika Furude isn't just any girl in Hinamizawa.
特別な意味を持つ少女です。
She's a very special little girl.
その少女が拉致されたなんて話が未確認情報でも流れれば、
If
そ
a
れを
rumor
確かめたいと思うのは至極当然です。
if a rumor goes around saying she was abducted, of course someone has to go confirm it,
そうでし
right?
あんた、そういうのは一般の方の耳に入らないところで言った方がいいですよ。
You do better to not say things like that in a public place.
ここ、ロビーですから。
You're in a lobby, you know?
ょ。これは失礼。
Excuse me. Otaka suddenly realized his mistake. Some people were even whispering behind him. One of them spoke to Otaka hesitantly.
フルテのリカちゃまが亡くなったってのは本当なのかい？
Is it true that Rika Furude-chama is dead?
ご安心を奥さん。
Don't worry, madam.
まだそうと決まったわけではありません。
We haven't confirmed that yet.
それを確認するために県警から参上しました。
We're from the prefectural police, and that's why we're here.
そうです。
That's right.
まだそうと決まったわけではありません。
It's not certain yet.
現在それを確認中なので、お待ちをと申し上げているだけなのです。
We're still investigating as we speak.
その確認に立ち会わせろと言っているのです。
I'm only asking to attend the interrogation.
いいんですか？
You'd better think carefully.
私は園崎議員の依頼でここに来ているんです。
I'm here on behalf of Representative Sonozaki.
その私にここまでの邪魔をしてくれたというなら、それは全て議員に話します。
If you keep interfering, I'll tell him all about it.
困ったことになるの。大石さん、あなたの方なんですからね。
If that happens, you'll be in a tight spot, Oishi-san.
そろそろ降参した方がいいんじゃありませんか。
Don't you think it's time to surrender? Representative Sonozaki was well known in this area as an extremely tough congressman. The people who knew about him continued to whisper. Otaka grinned when he heard them whispering. He realized then that in Hinamizawa, his threat was more effective than he thought it would be.
あらやだ。
Oh my.
三郎さん、そんなこと頼んだのかい？
Did you really ask him to do that, Soburo-san?
そこの県警さんや。すんませんが
Again, we've kind of seen this moment portrayed slightly differently back during the main story, right? Sir, excuse me.
それ、園崎議員さんが本当に頼んだんですかいの？
Did Representative Sonozaki really ask you to do that?
ええ、そうです。
He certainly did.
私が議員から直接依頼されたのです。
The representative asked me directly.
どうです？
So what about it?
大石さん、さすがに降参では？
Oishi-san, isn't it time to surrender? Nothing bad's about to happen to me. People continue to whisper. Representative Sonozaki is a big name around here, Taka thought. Even gangsters gave way to if someone mentions his name here in Okinomiya.
さあ、議員が怖かったらそこを開けてもらいましょうか、大石さん。
So, if you're really afraid of the representative, please let me through, Oishi-san.
反則切符の再交付は8番の窓口でご相談。
Please go to counter number 8 to get a traffic ticket reissued.
は？
Huh?
私がいつ反則切符など。
When did I get a traffic ticket? Oishi suddenly started to talk about something completely different. In fact, Oishi was looking at something behind Otaka. Huh? Who is he talking to? Otaka wondered. An old-fashioned elderly man and a lady in a kimono were standing behind him. When Otaka's eyes met with hers, she smiled at him. She's definitely my type, Otaka thought.
なあ、お前さん。
Hey, you.
本当に園崎議員に直接依頼されたんだね。
Were you really asked by Representative Sonozaki personally?
秘書とかそういうのじゃなく。
Not by his secretary or someone else?
そうですとも。
Yes, of course.
こう見えても園崎議員とは懇意な関係でしてね。
Representative Sonozaki and I are very close.
直接お電話をいただくこともあるのです。
He sometimes calls me directly. The elderly man continued to listen with a puzzled expression.
お前誰じゃい？
Who the heck are you? Huh?
名乗るほどではありません。
There's no need for me to introduce myself.
県警本部に勤める一警官に過ぎません。
I'm just an ordinary policeman from the prefectural police headquarters.
あまりにも出来すぎなシチュエーションです。
What incredible timing. I mean...
笑うしかないですな。
I can only laugh.
なんだ、やっぱりこれは笑ってもいいところなのかい？
So I can laugh, right?
それは私も気づかなかったわ。
I wasn't sure. Otaka couldn't understand why Oishi and this lady were laughing.
どうしたんですか、今日はご一緒でお越しになって。
What are you doing here together?
いや、それがね。
Well, you know.
例の切符なんだけどさ。
Remember that ticket?
左折禁止の看板が茂った葉っぱで見えなかったんだよ。
I didn't see the no left turn signal because of a tree branch.
その出口に白バイが待ってるってのはちょいとやり口が汚いんじゃないかいって言ったらさ。
And there was a policeman on a motorcycle waiting right at the exit, and I didn't think that was fair.
三郎さんがそれは抗議した方がいいって言ってこうしてついてきてくれたわけなんだよ。
Saburo-san said I should complain, so that's why I came along today.
あ
Ah,
行動の樹木は市役所の管轄ですからね。
roadside trees are under City Hall's jurisdiction.
よくそういうのうちに来るんですが、なんともしがたいんですよね。
We get those complaints pretty often, but it's a rather complicated matter.
それを知りながら出口で待ち伏せとるっちゅうがけしからんと思うてな。
I didn't like the fact that a policeman was waiting at the exit,
こうして抗議に来たんじゃ。
so I'm here to complain about it.
わかりました。
I understand.
そいつは市役所と交通課に私の方から言っときますんで。
I'll talk to City Hall in the traffic section.
今日は一つ穏便に済ませちゃもらえませんかね。
So do you think you can settle this peacefully for today?
あんたがそう言うなら
If you say
立てようじゃないか。
if you say so,
今日は引き上げるとしよう。
we'll leave quietly for today. When Otaka realized they were Oishi's guests, he fixed his tie and spoke up.
でも違反切符はちゃんと支払うんですよ。
But you have to pay for your traffic ticket.
規則です。
It's the law.
カチンとくる。
Oh boy. Really testing his luck here. You sure are annoying, aren't you?
カチンとくるお人でしょう。
He is, isn't he?
お茶目な一面もたまにあるんですがね。
Sometimes it can be pretty funny though.
私は今そこの大石刑事と重要な話をしている最中なんです。
I'm in the middle of an important conversation with Oishi-san.
さあ、お二人とも用が済んだらお帰りを。
When you're done, please get going.
そして良い一日を。
Have a nice day, madam.
あ
Ah,
あ、良い一日をね。
I love how sarcastic that laugh was. You have a nice day too, sir. Grab. The two of them grabbed Otaka's shoulders from behind. The lady grabbed his right shoulder and the elderly man grabbed his left.
県警の旦
Time to get physical with him. Mr. Prefectural Policeman.
那。私は生まれてこの方。嫌いなものが2つある。
I have two things I detest in this world.
何かわかるか
Do you know what they are?
は
Huh? Huh?
い？一つは椎茸。
One is shiitake mushrooms.
生まれた時からこいつだけは苦手でね。
I just don't like them. Never have, ever since I was born.
食うのもダメだし、出汁を取ったのもダメさ。
I don't like to eat them and I don't like the broth either.
もう一つは嘘。
The second one is lies.
食わされるのもダメだし、出汁に使われるのも気に入らない。
I don't like to use them and I don't like people using them with me. I love Akane.
ここ
I
ま
love
で
her.
コケにされちゃいけないね。
How can I step back after being ridiculed like this?
獅子骨の鬼姫、園崎茜。
I am the demon princess of Shishibone, Akane Sonozaki.
売られた喧嘩は値引かないのだけが自慢さ。
I never back off when someone starts a fight with me.
そうそう、園崎家のあんたが言うな。
Don't say that about yourself.
あと、鬼姫って部分を一市民に置き換えれば完璧です。
Also, that would have been perfect if you'd used a citizen instead of the demon princess. Huh? Huh? The police officers, the citizens in the lobby, and Otaka's colleagues didn't know what was going on.
ご説明します。
Ah, let me introduce them.
こちらは園崎茜さん。
This is Akane Sonozaki-san.
獅子骨市婦人権友会の副会長さんです。
She's the vice president of Shishibone City Women's Kendo Club.
こちらは園崎三郎さん。
And this is Saburo Sonozaki-san.
県剣道連盟の名誉理事さんです。
He's an honorary director of the Prefectural Kendo League.
それより前に肩書きが
It's so funny
ありますね。
he introduces them like that. Oh, I should mention his formal title.
獅子骨2区選出の県議園崎先生です。
This is Shishibone's 2nd District Representative, Sonozaki Sensei.
いや
Well,
2人とも県警剣道部師範代の大高君に稽古をつけるために本日はお越しくださったんですよね。
you're here to give Otaka-kun a lesson, right? He's the instructor for the Prefectural Police's Kendo Club, after all.
朝から本当申し訳ございません。
No, ha ha ha! Thank you for coming.
さあ、先生方を道場にお通ししてください。
Here, please show them to the dojo. Representative.
なんじゃい
The same.
お前さんとは恋の仲じゃな。
Didn't you
俺が言ったんじゃ。
Didn't you say we were close?
今日はとことん付き合ってもらうぞ。
I think we'll have lots of fun together today.
私も久々に燃えてきた。
Oh, I'm so excited! The two of them were still clinging to his shoulders and laughing meaningfully. Otaka laughed along with them. No!
さて、私も取り調べに戻りますか。
Now then, I guess I should get back to the interrogation.
ん？
After finally getting rid of that interloper, Oishi stretched his body out and took a deep breath, then suddenly shouted with joy as his long-awaited guest came in through the entrance.
赤坂さん、
No! Akasaka-san!
待ちかねましたよ。
I've been waiting for you.
遅くなってすみません。
Sorry I'm late.
例の件ですが、おかげで動きがありました。
Thanks to that, motions are in place. Then, Oishi casually guided Kasuka to another room. After confirming nobody else was around, Kasuka moved in close and spoke.
司法取引で明日中にでも結論を出せるそうです。
Thanks to a plea bargain, it seems a conclusion will be reached by tomorrow.
かなりの大物が動いていたので、内心どうなることかと思いましたが。
Some total bigwig was making secret movements, so I was wondering to myself what might happen.
仲介役の人間を差し出すことで、向こうから提案を申し出てきたので、まずは一段落です。
The other side made a proposal to deliver up the mediator to us, so we're all set for now.
ありゃりゃ、瞳悟空ですか。
Oh dear, offering up a human sacrifice.
その人も気の毒ですね。
How unfortunate for them.
でもないですよ。
It's not like that.
どうやらそいつ、女性なんですけどね。
Apparently the guy... Oh, actually, it's a woman.
かなりの狐で、名前を肩書きと同じ数だけ持っていたようですよ。
She's quite the sly fox. Actung? Actung? I think it's supposed to be acting. Acting under a number of different names and titles.
いわゆる二重スパイってやつですね。
A double agent, you could say.
いや、三重かな。
Actually, a triple agent.
どっちにせよ、高野美代をそそのかして、その後自分の手柄とする予定だったみたいですから、自業自得ってところでしょう。
Regardless, her plan was to incite Miotsukushi and then take credit for her actions, so I suppose she got what she deserved. Kasuga cynically smiled as he said that. They were probably performing a job similar to public security, but there was something he didn't like about them.
まあ、その顛末はまだ末端に行き渡っているわけではありませんから、抑止力が働くのは明日以降となります。
Well, a spear carrier like Takano doesn't know that story yet, so that deterrent won't be effective until tomorrow.
それまでは、リカちゃんの身の保全を継続してお願いします。
Until then, we'll need to continue physically protecting Rika-chan. No.
私が動くよりも若い人たちがずっと積極的に頑張ってくれてますけどね。
Youngsters are always working harder and faster than me. Oishi happily laughed and his stomach shook as he said that. As long as those kids are involved, the future of Inamazawa will be secure. Oishi was nearly at retirement age, so he's thinking that it was time for old soldiers to take their leave, but he still felt like all his hard work in Inamazawa was worth it. Oishi-san! As they left the room, Kuma got dashed over with a distraught look on his face.
なんですか、クマちゃん。
What's going on, Kuma-chan?
あんまり大声出すと、一般市民の方まで驚いてしまうでしょうが。
If you shout too much out here, you could cause the public to panic.
それどころじゃないっす。
That's not important.
赤坂さんも
Kasuga-san is here too.
ちょうどいいっす。
Perfect.
早く来てください。
Hurry, come with me. Whoopsh, whoopsh.
なんですかあなたたちは。
What are you guys doing? It happened so suddenly. An armed mountain dog squadron charged into the clinic with Okanogi at the forefront. It was daytime on a weekday. Naturally, there were several patients sitting in the waiting room, but they were all forced out with no regard for anxiety or curiosity about the situation. And, as they approached the door of the exam room, Irie stood up stunned, then rushed to stand in front of them.
どこへ行こうというんです。
Where are you going?
そんな格好でこの先に立ち入ることは私が許しません。
I can't allow you to go any further dressed like that.
おい。
Now. I.
何をする。
What? What are you doing? What? Okanogi called out to his subordinates behind like he wanted them to move an inanimate object rather than a person. 3 of them surrounded Irie on all sides and then forcefully pushed him to the floor.
こんな狼藉が許されるとでも。
Do you think this sort of violence will be permitted?
案内してもらいます。
Lead the way.
北条聡子はここにおりますね。
Satoko Hojo is here, isn't she? It happened after Satoko had fallen asleep, and just as I began to yawn at spending such a boring time here. A commotion suddenly came from the hallway outside, and I could hear a sound reminiscent of military boots hitting the floor. I thought I heard a faint scream, but the door wildly swung open before I could determine if it came from Irie. From down here, I can only see their feet. I could slightly make out the hem of a white coat right next to a set of military boots. The coat undoubtedly belonged to Irie. And the man who was trying to resist had to be...
聡子ちゃんは今絶対安静なんです。
Satoko-chan absolutely needs to be remain resting.
一体あなた方は何の目的で入院患者にこれだけ大勢で押しかけてきたというんですか。
And why did you have to rush our patients out of here with so many people?
おい。
Now. Okanogi's voice rang out with no regard for what Irie was saying. Behind them, I heard the clatter of something being set up and then brought inside. It was a basic stretcher.
正気ですか。
What? Are you insane?
彼女をここから連れ出して一体どこへ連れて行こうというんです。
Where on earth are you planning to take her if you get her out of here?
答える必要はありませんな。
There's no need to answer that.
私は上の命令で動いているだけに過ぎませんで。
Just
あり
following
ましたらそっちにお願いしますね。
just following orders from above. If you have any complaints, direct it to them.
上？
Orders from above?
あなたの上とは一体誰のことです？
And who on earth would that be?
三佐ですわ。
The Major.
高野三佐に抗弁してください。
Take it up with Major Takano. As Okanogi said that without any hesitation, Irie froze and looked terrified.
高野三佐ですって。
Major Takano?
バカな。
That's ridiculous.
彼女は死んだと昨日あなたが自分で報告してきたんでしょうが。
You yourself reported that she died just yesterday.
しらばっくれるのはもうやめましょうな、ミサ。
Don't bother feigning ignorance, Lieutenant Colonel.
何を。
What?
所長。
Director?
あんたにはスパイ疑惑がかかっています。
You've been suspected of spying.
これ以上こっちの行動に対して邪魔するようでしたら反逆行為として拘束しますけど。
If you make
ヨカですか。
if you make another attempt to get in our way, it'll be seen as an act of treason. Got it?
スパイ。
Spying?
私が。
Me?
何を根拠もなく。
On what grounds?
フルデリカの失踪情報が東京本部に漏れたのはあんたからのリークだと私は睨んでるんですがね。
I figured you're the one who let information regarding Rika Furude's disappearance leak to Tokyo HQ.
埋伏の毒とはよく言ったもんです。
I almost
親やんとした外見に騙されるところでしたわ。
let your absent-minded appearance fool me. Never thought you'd be the wrench in our gears.
おい、連れ出せや。
Now, take her away. As he said that, the 4 men rushed to the bed while pulling the stretcher. However, Irie continued resisting by standing in front of the men with his back toward Satoko in the bed.
連れ出してどうするつもりです。
What do you plan to do after taking her?
この子に何の罪がある。この子が一体何をした。
What crime did this girl commit? What on earth did she do?
こんな非人道的なこと許されるとでも思ってるんですか。
Do you think it's acceptable to do something so inhumane?
北条聡子は R および園崎紫音の重要関係者です。
Satoko Hojo is a key stakeholder to both R and Shion Sonozaki.
現在園崎紫音は R の行方について黙秘を続けていると言います。
Shion Sonozaki is apparently continuing to keep silent about R's whereabouts.
この娘の身柄と引き換えといえばどうなります？
But what would she do in exchange for this girl?
この恥知らずども。
That's completely shameless.
この子に少しでも触れてみろ。貴様ら全員ただで済むと思うな。
If you so much as lay a finger on her, you bastards won't get away with it. This is bad. The situation has changed. The men surrounded Irie all at once and forced him down to his knees on the floor. Then, a sound like a striking hammer rang out, along with a breathtaking cry from Irie. What?
もう一度だけ言います。
I'll say it one last time.
邪魔をするな。
Don't get in our way.
私はこれでも医者だ。
I'm still a doctor.
そんなことをたとえ命と引き換えでも認めるわけにはいかない。
I can't accept this, even if it costs me my life.
そうですか。
Is that so?
なら
Then, oh no, Irie, run away. I'm begging you, go. But that moment,
静かにしていただけませんこと。
would you keep quiet?
うるさくてよく眠れませんわ。
It's noisy and I'm having trouble sleeping. Just barely. I could hear a squeaking sound coming from the mattress overhead. No way. Satoko?
さとこちゃん。
Satoko-chan.
ほう。意識が戻っとったんですか。
Oh, so she's regained consciousness.
どういうことですね、所長。
What's the meaning of that, Director?
今起きたところでございますわ。
I've awoken just now.
これだけギャーギャー騒がれては死人だってびっくりして飛び起きますわよ。
With all this racket, even the dead would jump up in shock. As she said that, Satoko slowly got up from the bed and stood with her feet right in front of me.
大体情けないとは思いませんこと。
Do you not feel ashamed of yourselves?
こんな小さな診療所に軍隊だかなんだかよくわからない格好の殿方を大勢集めて
Gathering a bunch of gentlemen that look like soldiers inside this tiny clinic?
大山明堂してネズミ一匹とはよく言ったものでございますわ。
There's a saying about making a mountain out of a molehill.
なんだとこの小娘。
What's with this girl?
そんなにこの小娘が恐ろしいのでございますか。
Are you that afraid of this little girl?
連れて行くならこんな脅してなさらなくてもどこへなりとも参りますわ。
If you wish to take me somewhere, you can do so without making threats.
何も知らない、何も企みも裏表もない監督さんに乱暴なことをなさらないでくださいまし。
The coach doesn't know anything and he's not double-dealing you, so stop resorting to violence against him. Satoko spoke in a resolute voice. Her vigor must have distracted them because the men looked daunted and confused and caught their breath. Yeah, and then lowered their guns and stood at the ready.
連れて行け。
Take her away. On Okinogi's signal, the men rushed over to the left and right of Satoko. Without resisting, Satoko slowly, but powerfully stepped forward. Oh no. Don't go, Satoko. They'll kill you if you go, I'm certain of it. Weren't you the one who said so? You said you were truly glad to be my friend. I feel the same way. Don't want you to die. So don't go, don't die, you can't. If you're going to die, then right here I'll... Bang! Satoko stomped her foot on the floor right in front of me. Couldn't help but gasp and barely suppress the sound, but I realized what she meant in an instant. Satoko was telling me don't come out.
どうした？
What's wrong?
何でもありませんわ。
Nothing at all.
足に力が入らなかったから気合を入れただけですの。
My legs are still a little unsteady, so I was just warming them up. I want to jump out there. I want to rush out and say, take me in Satoko's place. However, that would mean the end of everything. But if that's the case, then can I really abandon my best friend when she's standing right before my eyes?
さとこちゃん。
Satoko-chan.
監督さん、今までありがとうございました。
Coach, thank you for all you've done.
ニーニーたちのことよろしくお願いしますね。
Give my regards to Nini and everyone else. I
そのお気持ちだけで十分でございますわよ。
that you merely feel that way is enough.
仲間を守るためなら私は命だって惜しくはありませんから。
I have no regrets about giving my life if that means protecting my friends. I understand. Her words were directed not just at the coach, but also toward one other person in the room. I can't do anything. If I reach my hand out, it'll reach her, but I have no choice but to shrink back here.
入江所長、詳細は後日にでも頼みます。
Director Irie, I'll ask for more details later.
おい、所長も別室にご案内しろや。
Come on, escort the director to another room. Okanogi and the others left the room with Irie, and the only one left in the room was me. It was completely silent inside the exam room. That's sad. Blood came overflowing out of my mouth. I squeezed my fist so tight that my nails dug into my palms and the pain and blood slowly spread. Right there. I was filled with regret, sorrow, and shame, but I desperately concealed my voice, and I couldn't do anything but weep. Hold it together, Rika. Rina and I rushed over to the Sonozaki main house as soon as Mion gave us a call. And when I passed through the door, I ran into Oishi, who was taking off his shoes in the foyer. Foyer. Oh my. So the two of you were called in too. No. You too, Oishi-san? We lightly bowed and took off our shoes. Then Kasai-san came to greet us and led us down the hallway. The sound of the floor lightly squeaking underfoot only made me feel even more anxious. Who would have thought I'd be entering my mortal enemy's stronghold like this? Am I happy I've lived a long life? Oishi-san heartily muttered that to no one in particular. His words seemed to contain emotions beyond our comprehension, so I couldn't say anything. After arriving at the Great Hall, the three of us took a seat near the entrance. Town council members were gathered all around inside. And the acting family head, Mion, sat at the head of the table with her mother, Kane-san beside her. Surprisingly enough, the official family head, Oryu, was not present. With that, everyone is assembled. Now let us begin. Mion looked over at Rina and I as she said that, then straightened her countenance and looked around at everyone. Felt like everyone in the room caught their breath for a moment at the extremely tense atmosphere. We've all heard the story. The clinic was attacked. We know at least 5 people, including Dr. Irie, are currently being confined there by these attackers. Kane-san's calm voice echoed throughout the quiet hall. Everyone kept their mouths shut, with their eyes fixated on Kane-san in the head seat and Mion beside her. They were deliberately soaking in every single word and gesture. The Okinomiya police force currently has them surrounded, but they're up against military wannabes. Rescuing the hostages will be no easy task. If we choose a daring assault, there will be casualties, so at this point, it's an intense standoff. No, I'm ashamed to admit it. We lost the initiative while rushing to the scene. Oishi-san beside me scratched his head with a bitter smile on his face, but there was no smile in his eyes. He was suppressing his overflowing rage and his desire to run out of there and arrest the criminals immediately. Acting head? We'll focus on only the major points.
ことは急を要しますのでご留意を。
Questions will be permitted, but please be aware this matter is of utmost urgency. On Akane-san's prompting, Mion silently nodded and looked around the room, then spoke up in a strict tone.
犯人からの声明です。
The attackers sent us their demands.
手始めに人質の一人である北条聡子の身柄は預かった。
One of our hostages is Satoko Hojo.
彼女を解放してほしくば、本日5時までに古出家当主の古出理香の身柄およびそちらで確保されている富武次郎の遺留物を速やかに古出神社へ持ってこいとのこと。
If you wish to see her released, bring the Furude family head Rika Furude and the lost belongings of Jiro Tomotake to the Furude shrine by 5 o'clock today.
監禁中の入江所長を通じてこちらに連絡がありました。
Contact was made through Director Irie, who is currently being held captive there.
リカちゃまを
Rika Chama?
富武さんの遺留物って何のことじゃねえ。
Tomotake-san's belongings? What's that about?
なんたる無法な連中じゃ。
This is outrageous!
もし5時までの約束をたがえたら
If the demands are not met by 5 o'clock,
わざわざ説明の必要はありませんね。
no further discussion should be necessary.
それから犯人グループは北条聡子の解放と同時に診療所の人質も解放するそうです。
Incidentally, the criminal group will simultaneously release Satoko Hojo and the hostage from the clinic.
こんなこと口だけの約束が信用できるか。
How can we trust a promise based on their word alone?
警官隊を突入させりゃいい。
Let's send the police in.
診療所の人間だけでも先に救い出さんね。
They need to rescue the people at the clinic right away.
そうじゃそうじゃ。
Yeah. The elderly people near Mayor Kimiyoshi began cursing and shouting toward Mion and Akane-san. Akane-san calmly tuned them out while turning toward Oishi-san near the entrance.
警察としてはどうだい？
What is the opinion of the police department?
突入といっても相手は武装集団だ。こちらの思惑はおそらく想定の範囲内だろうし、準備も万全と考えた方がいい。
We should assume that our foes are armed and that they've made preparations for an assault.
所轄の人員でなんとかなるとはちょっと思えないんだけどね。
I don't believe the police staff on hand will be sufficient.
全くおっしゃる通りです。
It's just as you say.
まあ大高の大バカ野郎に頭を下げてでも機動隊の出動を県警に要請しなければ太刀打ちは難しいでしょう。
Well, even if I have to go so far as to beg that jackass Utaka, I'll have a very hard time putting up a fight unless we can convince the prefectural police department to dispatch riot police.
ああ、それは三郎さんに任せておくれ。
Ah, leave that to Subaru-san.
あれだけのやり合いをした後だ。まさか嫌だなんて言ったりしないだろうさ。
After all we've been through, how could he say no?
それは助かります。
I appreciate your help.
できれば全員無事に命だけは守りたいところですがね。
Hopefully they can safeguard the lives of everyone involved.
正直こればかりは出たとこ勝負になるでしょうな。
To be honest, I think it depends on how things go.
ちくしょう。
Damn it!
ここまで来て賭けになるのかよ。
We've come this far only to put everything on a gamble? I slammed my fist into the tatami mat. We lost the initiative because we were being too cautious. We should have moved them to the Sonozaki main house immediately.
それを言っても今更だよ、ケイチ君。
It's too late for regrets, Kichiku. Rina gently placed her hand on mine, and when I looked up, she was slowly shaking her head with a straight-lipped look on her face.
さとこちゃんを招く必要もあったから、それを今日この場でみんなにお願いするつもりだったんでしょ。
Satoko-chan needed to be properly invited here, so you were planning to ask everyone about it right here today, weren't you?
だけど、敵の動きがこんなに早いと予想できなかった。
We failed to anticipate that our enemy would act so quickly.
それはこっちのミス。
That was our mistake.
怒る前に、これからのことを話し合うべきだよ。
But before you get angry about it, we need to discuss what we're going to do from here.
ああ、そうだ。
Yeah, you're right.
その通りだ。
It's just as you say. Rina's words helped calm the intense emotions raging within me. Although Rina herself probably wasn't completely calm either. Her hand was sweaty and slowly trembling as it touched mine.
それよりも、ここにしーちゃんがいないのは？
More importantly, why isn't Shi-chan here?
まだ釈放されていないってこと？
Has she not been released yet?
釈放した瞬間に県警が別件の容疑で引っ 張っていこうと手ぐすね引いていますから。
Prefectural police are ready and waiting to bring her in on other charges the moment we let her go.
相当暴れられて難儀しましたが、今は鎮静剤でおとなしくしてもらっています。
We had a hard time keeping her from going on a rampage, but we managed to give her some sedatives, so she's calm now. That was easy to imagine. If Shion heard Satoko was abducted, she'd most surely think she needed to rush here at any cost. She must have had a huge brawl with the detective in charge of her interrogation.
でも大丈夫なんですか?
But is that really okay?
大石さんがここに来ていたら、シオンは。
Oishi-san, if you're here, then Shion is...
ああ、その点は抜かりなく。
Ah, don't worry about that.
取調室に寝てもらって、監視にクマちゃんをつけています。
She's currently sleeping in the interrogation room, and Kuma-chan is keeping an eye on her.
あと資料とそのネガはここに持ってきましたが、そのコピーと現像したものは赤坂さんと鑑識のじじいが現在も解析中です。
Also, I did bring the data and the negatives here, but the copies are still being analyzed by Akasuka-san and the old man from forensics.
彼らは信用して問題ないでしょう。
I'm confident that won't be a problem.
だったらその資料を今さら渡しても意味はないんじゃないかな。
Then, isn't it completely meaningless to hand over those materials now? It was just as Rina said. According to Oishi, the materials were already handed over to the Metropolitan Police Department, and the alleged mastermind behind the bulk of this plot at the Tokyo organization has apparently already agreed to a plea deal. Even if they recover the data, shouldn't change anything.
連中はきっと知らないんですよ。この資料が公安にすでに渡っていることを。
I'm sure they don't know that material has already been passed on to the folks at Public Security.
そしてもう東京本部では手打ちが済んでいることもね。
Also, the deal with Tokyo HQ has already been finalized.
混乱しているのは敵も同じか。
So our enemies have a problem too. But that doesn't mean that this is a favorable situation to be in. Additionally, if our enemies learn the truth, they'll start acting in desperation and do something serious. For now, let's pray they don't hear what's happening at Public Security.
おそらく診療所の人質の中に古出理香はいないと思われます。
It seems that Rika Furude isn't among the hostages in the clinic.
また連中もそのことに気づいていないでしょう。
And they must not realize that yet.
でなければ交換条件を出してくるわけがありませんか
Otherwise, there'd be no reason to mention her in the exchange terms.
ら。だがそれを連中に知らせるのは危険すぎる。
But for now, it's too dangerous to let them know.
私としては機動隊が到着次第診療所に突入して人質と古出理香の確保を進めるつもりです。
I'll rush into the clinic with the riot police as soon as they arrive to rescue the hostages and Rika Furude.
確保してその後どうするんだ?
What happens after they're secured?
リカちゃまを神社までお連れしておめおめと引き渡せとでも言うのか?
Are you going to shamelessly bring Rika-chama to the shrine and hand her over?
そんなこと、はいそうですかとうなずけるわけがなかろう。
There's no way we can accept that.
現状だと犯人グループさ診療所に立てこもって警官隊と睨み合ってんじゃの?
Criminals are currently stationed in the clinic and surrounded by the police at the moment, right?
なんら夜さまって人数差集めて隙を伺ってから突入した方がいい。
Then it would be best to wait it out overnight and gather our forces, then rush in when we find a good opening.
請求にことを進めては成功する可能性も低くなってしまうわい。
The more hastily we act, the less likely we are to succeed. The elders sitting near Mayor Kimiyoshi and Makino-san nodded at their words. When I saw that, I stood up and shouted,
ちょっと待て!
Hold it!
それだとサトコが殺されちまう!
They'll kill Satoko if we do that.
サトコを見殺しにしろっていうのかあんたたちは!
Do you all want Satoko murdered?
常識で考えろって言ってるんだよ、ケイチ君。
Kechi-kun, use common sense and think it through.
こんな真っ昼間に強行して、もし失敗したらどうなるのさ?
What happens if they try invading during the daytime and the operation fails?
理科城に万一のことがあったら、すべてが終わりなんだよ。
If anything happens to Lady Rika, it's all over. Kana-san struck me with that declaration. When she confronted me with reality and pressed me for an answer, I struggled to find the words.
それに、理科城と交換だって相手は言うけど、それが守られる保証は?
And even if we were to hand over Lady Rika, what guarantee is that they would honor the deal?
ないよ、そんなの。
None, of course.
だったらたとえ理科城が神社に行っても、里子城が助かる可能性は極めて低い。
So even if we delivered Lady Rika to the shrine, it's unlikely that would save Lady Satoko.
死体が2つになるだけじゃないか。
And that would just result in 2 corpses, wouldn't it?
それにフルデ家当主ってのはこの村じゃあんたたちが考えているよりも重要で不可欠な存在なんだ。
Plus, the Furde family head is far more important to this village than you may realize. She's essential.
一人分の命と簡単に引き換えられるもんじゃない。
You can't expect us to simply exchange that for one life.
割の合わない勝負にどうしてこっちが乗ってやらなきゃいけないのさ。
Why should we have to take a bet that's not worth the risk?
だから
Like I'm telling you,
みんなの力で救出作戦を立てれば
we can carry out a rescue operation if we combine everyone's power.
その先にはそれだけの力があるんでしょ。
The Sonozakis have the power to do it, don't they?
北条の家の人間にかい？
For a member of the Hojo family?
バカ言っちゃいけないよ。
Don't be absurd.
北条家はこのひなみ沢の裏切り者だ。
The Hojo family betrayed Hinamizawa.
子供とはいえそんな奴のためになんでうちらの可愛い兵隊を差し向けて危険なことをさせる義務があるっていうんだ。
Even if she's a child, what obligation do we have to put our precious soldiers in danger for the sake of one of them? What?
そんなことさとこちゃんには関係ないでしょ。
That has nothing to do with Satoko-chan. Her cold manner of speaking was horrifying.
あかねちゃん、
Akane-chan.
その言い方はきつすぎるよ。
It's going a little too far. Mayor Kimiyoshi cut in, apparently unable to keep silent while watching that. Then, he slowly spoke as if to comfort me and Rina.
さっきも言っただろ。
Didn't you say just a little while ago?
診療所の人質を救い出すためには相当の数で突入する必要がある。
A significant number of people will be necessary to rescue the hostages from the clinic.
その状態でさとこちゃんを助けに行く人員を確保するとなれば兵力分散は避けられない。
But given the situation, dividing our forces is unavoidable if personnel are being sent to help Satoko-chan.
それにこれは明らかに誘い出しだ。
This is obviously a provocation.
うかつに犯人の思惑に乗ってしまうと結局茜さんの言うように被害が大きくなるだけじゃないか。
If we allow the criminals to manipulate us, we'll end up taking big damage, just as Akane-san pointed out, right?
さとこを見殺すってことには変わりないじゃないか。
That's no different from abandoning Satoko to death.
落ち着きなって言ってるだろ。
Satoko to death.
ケチ君。
You know what I mean. Calm yourself, Kechi-kun.
あんまりがなり立てるようならこの席から出て行ってもらうよ。
If you insist on shouting like this, I'll ask you to leave. A terrifying glare made me lock up, unable to move. But I can't afford to back down now. I put all my strength into my quivering fist, then stared straight back at her.
さとこは俺たちの仲間です。
Satoko is our friend.
無論リカちゃんだってそうだ。
Of course, that goes for Rika-chan too.
あんたたちは勝手に優先順位をつけているかもしれないが、俺にとってはどっちも同じくらい大切なんだ。
You may be acting on your own priorities, but they're both equally precious to me. I realize perfectly well that the situation is dangerous, that I'm saying something unreasonable. But if there's even the smallest chance, why wouldn't you do everything you can to pursue it? Stand together and oppose your enemies as one. Isn't that the Hinamizawa way?
もう一度言うよ。
I'll say it again.
北条家の人間はひなみ沢に敵対した人間だ。
The Hojo family betrayed Hinamizawa.
そんな血筋の子のためにどうしてこっちが命を張らなきゃいけない？
Why should the people here put their lives on line for one of their children?
それは過去の話だし、サトコには関係ない。
That's the thing of the past. It has nothing to do with Satoko.
あんたたちが勝手にサトコを敵とみなしてるだけだろう。
You're all selfishly looking at Satoko as if she's your enemy.
あんな小さな子に冷たくして見捨てるような真似をして、それでもあんたたちは人間か。
How can you treat a small child so coldly and abandon her and still call yourselves human?
ケイチ君落ち着いて。
Kechi-kun, calm down.
みーちゃんのお母さん、それじゃどうしてもさとこちゃんを助けに行く協力はしてもらえないんですね。
Ma'am, so you're telling us you won't help us rescue Satoko-chan, aren't you?
当然だろ。
Of course.
やるべきことの優先順位は決まっている。
Our priorities are steadfast.
まずは診療所にいるフルデ家当主の救出。次に診療所の人質の救出だ。
First comes rescuing the Furude family head from the clinic. Then comes the remaining hostages at the clinic.
理科城のいる部屋の場所は分かっているんだね。
And we already know the precise room where Lady Rika is located, don't we?
里子城の救出はその2つが完遂してからの検討だよ。
The rescue of Lady Satoko is something only to be considered after those 2 tasks are complete.
そんな
No way.
そんなのじゃ遅すぎます。
Then we'll be too late. Far too late.
もういい。
That's enough.
あんたじゃ話にならねえ。俺がバカだったよ。
I was an idiot to think you'd listen to us.
もうあんたたちの力は借りねえ。俺たちだけで助け出してみせる。
If there's nothing you can do to help us, then we'll just have to save them on our own.
サトコもリカちゃんも。
Both Satoko and Rika-chan. I turned my back as I said that and was about to fly out of the room, but just then.
僕の救出は
Oh
必要
shit.
ないのです。
I don't need rescuing.
リカちゃん。
Rika-chan.
リカちゃん。
Rika-chama! Everyone was shocked when they turned toward the entrance. There stood Rika-chan, who was supposedly stranded at the clinic.
大丈夫なのか。
Are you alright?
リカちゃん。
Rika-chan.
こんなに泥だらけ
She's
で
so good. You're all covered in mud.
どうしてここに？
How did you get here? Raina and I both were completely astonished by her appearance and instinctively rushed over to her. Rika-chan's dress was caked in mud up to her chest, her hair was a mess, and her face looked pitch black. She was wheezing and her breathing looked painful. She must run the whole way here in an all-out sprint.
怪我はないのです。
Me, I'm not hurt.
田んぼの中を横切ってきましたから汚れてしまったのです。
I got all dirty because I ran through a rice paddy to get here.
稲をぐちゃぐちゃにしてしまってごめんなさいなのです。
I'm sorry for making a mess of the rice.
おお、リカちゃま。
Oh, Rika-chama.
よくぞご無事で。
I'm glad you're safe.
よかった。リカちゃまだけでもお怪我がなければ。
At least Rika-chama is unharmed. The elders all surrounded Rika-chan at once and rejoiced at her safety. However, Rika-chan broke out of their circle and walked up to the head seat in front of Mion and Akane-san, leaving a trail of muddy footprints on the floor.
よくあの診療所から脱出できたもんだね。
Well done escaping from the clinic.
追ってはなかったのかい？
Did you not have any pursuers?
見つからずに済んだみたいなのです。
It seems like they didn't notice me.
山犬たちが部屋を出た一瞬誰もいなくなったので窓から外に出ることができたのですよ。
As soon as the mountain dogs left the room, there was nobody there, so I was able to escape through the window. Saying more importantly, Rika-chan knelt down on the spot and bowed down.
お願いなのです。
I'm begging you.
サトコを助け出すためにその先の力を貸してくださいなのです。
Please. Please lend the aid of the Sonozaki family to save Satoko.
リカちゃん。
Rika-chan.
サトコは僕の目の前でさらわれました。
Satoko was kidnapped right before my eyes.
隠れて見つからなかった僕を助けるために自分から山犬たちに捕まりました。
She willingly gave herself to the mountain dogs in order to keep them from finding me.
サトコがいたから僕は抜け出してここに来ることができたのです。
Satoko's the only reason I was able to get out of there.
サトコが。
Satoko?
あいつ。
What a girl.
他のみんなは
What about the others?
まだ診療所の中なのです。
They're still inside the clinic.
どこかの別の部屋に閉じ込められてしまったと思います。
I think they're being held in another room somewhere.
一人だけ逃げてきてこんなことをお願いする資格はないと分かっています。
I realize that I've no right to ask this since I ran away on my own.
でもどうかお願いなのです。
But please, I'm begging you.
サトコを探して助けてあげてください。
Please rescue Satoko.
リカちゃん。
Rika-chan. Everyone was watching with bated breath. Then, the moment Mion motioned like she was going to say something, Kane-san leaned forward to stop her and then spoke up with an expressionless look on her face.
それは古出家当主としての発言なのかい？
Is that an official decree as the Furude family head?
リカ城？
Lady Rika?
当主とかお社様とかそんなことは関係ないのです。
This has nothing to do with the family head, or Oyashiro-sama, or anything like that.
サトコは僕の仲間です。
Satoko is my friend.
大切な友達なのです。
She's my precious friend.
だから助けたいとお願いするのは間違っていますか？
So is it wrong for me to ask you to help her?
正しい姿だよ。人間としてはね。
That's a perfectly valid thing for a human to say.
だけど、あんたはそれだけじゃない。
However, you're more than just that.
古出家当主であり、このひなみ沢を代表する守り神の化身だ。あんたの言葉で村人2000人の命が吹っ飛ぶかもしれない。
You're the head of the Furude family and the reincarnation of the guardian god of Hinamizawa. Your words can blow away the lives of 2,000 villagers.
それを分かった上でそう言ってるのかい？
Can you really say that with that knowledge in mind?
それは
Well,
あんたたちの気持ちは立派だ。
your sentiment is admirable.
友達を救いたいという優しい心は学級会とかだったら先生に褒められていい点がもらえるだろう。
If this were a classroom exercise, your teacher would praise you and give you full marks for expressing your genuine desire to help your friends.
だけど現実はそんなに甘くも優しくもない。
However, reality is not so sweet and gentle.
あんたたちの思いに振り回されて命を賭して、そして運が悪ければ命を落とすやつだっているんだ。
There are those who'd be swayed by your thoughts, put their lives on the line, and even lose them if fortune isn't on their side.
一人のためにもし10人の死人が出たとしたら、あんたたちはその10人とその家族にどう落とし前をつけるつもりだい？
If 10 people die trying to save this one person, how do you intend to make things right for them and their families?
だからそう言うなら俺たちで。
If that's the case, then we'll...
ああ、いいさ。
Ah, very well.
あんたたちで助けに行くっていうのなら誰も止めない。
If you're about to say you'll help on your own, no one will stop you.
せいぜい頑張って勝手に死ねばいい。
You can give it your all and then die at your own discretion.
でもね、結局同じだ。
But the end result is the same.
あんたたちは残された家族とか親しい連中のことなんて考えてもいないじゃないか。
You're not even considering the family members and close friends who will end up left behind.
はっきり言ってね、あんたたちの思いは単なる自己満足だ。
To be perfectly honest, your thoughts are purely focused on self-complacency.
人でなしと思われたくない。仲間を見捨てた傷を背負いたくない。
You don't want to be inhumane. You don't want to carry the scars of abandoning a friend.
そんな自分しか見ていないような連中のためにどうしてこっちが命を張らなきゃいけない？
Why do we need to put our lives on the line for your own selfish whims?
あかねちゃん。
Akane-chan.
私のことを冷たいやつだ。下道だっていうのは構わないさ。
I don't care if you call me a cold-hearted person or a villain.
憎んでも殺したいと思ったってそれはあんたたちに任せるよ。
Even if you hate me and want to kill me, I'll allow you to feel that way.
でもね、私にはそれだけの覚悟があるんだ。
But I'm at least prepared for that.
なんと思われても残された人間を守らなきゃいけないって重い責任がね。
Regardless of what you think, we have a responsibility to look after the people we leave behind.
それはここにいる年寄り全員が同じ気持ちだよ。
All the elders here feel the same way.
じゃああんたたちは？
But what about all of you?
それに代わるもしくは打ち破るだけの覚悟があるのかい？
Do you have the resolution to represent them? Or can you only tear things down?
そんな気持ちもないくせに口先だけで綺麗事並べ立ててるんじゃないよ、青二歳が！
Without that, your words amount to nothing more than ramblings of a naive child. I immediately froze in place. My intense rage and strong feelings bordering on bloodlust instantly shattered in the wake of Kane-san's roar. Even Mayor Kimiyoshi, who had been trying to mediate earlier, was completely at a loss for words. Resolution, responsibility. I was so overwhelmed by her firm will, which I no longer considered cold-hearted, that I couldn't even maintain my posture. Rina and Rika-chan both seemed to be drowning in depression, their bodies trembling with helplessness and regret. I want to save Satoko. I'm her friend, and a human being, so it's perfectly natural to feel that way. But what about our duty and responsibility to the victims, and their friends and families? If you simply charge in running on heroic spirit without strong resolution and the ability to take responsibility, then you really are acting on a selfish whim, just as Akane-san said. But then, do we have to abandon Satoko? Deep in my heart, I was screaming, that's not right. I told Rika-chan once before, Satoko is a precious friend, and she's indispensable for my happiness. I'll never accept any happiness gained at her expense. In which case, what the hell can I do? Shit. Why am I feeling discouraged now?
母さん
Mom?
いえここにいる皆さん
No. Everyone here. Just then, Mion had been silently listening to our exchange without showing any emotion, but she finally opened her mouth.
園崎家当主代行として皆に提案します
As acting head of the Sonozaki family, I have a proposal for everyone.
山犬そしてその首謀者高野美代と戦いましょう
That we fight against the mountain dogs and their leader, Mio Takano.
村挙げて
Together, as a village.
命をかけて
With our lives on the line.
みーちゃん
Mi-chan.
話を聞いていたかい
Weren't you listening?
相手は完全に待ち構えている。無駄に戦えば怪我人どころか死人だって出るんだ。
Your adversary is fully prepared. If you fight to no avail, people won't just get hurt, they'll die.
それでも村人の命をかけろっていうのかい当主代行園崎美音
And yet you still wish to risk the lives of the villagers, acting head Mion Sonozaki?
はい
Yes.
それがひなみ沢だから
Because this is Hinamizawa. Mion stared straight back at Akane-san with no fear of retaliation, and continued.
一人に石を投げられたら二人で石を投げ返せ
If they throw stones at one of us, then two should throw back.
二人に石を投げられたら四人で石を
If they throw stones at two of us, then throw back with four.
八人に棒で追われたら16人で追い返せ
If they chase 8 of you with sticks, drive them off with 16.
そして1000人が敵ならば村すべてで立ち向かえ
If there are 1,000 enemies, then the whole village should stand and face them.
一人が受けた屈辱は全員が受けたものと思え
Any indignity felt by one of us is felt by all of us.
一人の村人のために全員が結束せよ
We all stand united for the sake of one of our own.
ダム反対運動が起こる前からこの村を支える信条だったと思います
I believe that was this village's creed, since even before the dam opposition movement.
ミヨンちゃん
Mion-chan,
それは
that's...
人の命を救うのは死者と生者の引き算なのですか
Is saving lives about calculating numbers of the living and the dead?
一人の犠牲も仕方ないことだと割り切るのですか
Is it as clear-cut as sacrificing one person because they're beyond help?
敵は強大だまともにやり合ったら被害も無視できない
Our enemies are powerful, and damage is unavoidable even if we work together.
それなら逃げるのかこの現実から
Then are you going to run away from this reality?
今我々が議論すべきは戦うか生還かではなく勝つために何をすればいいか
What we should be discussing right now is not a choice between fighting or keeping quiet. We should be discussing what we can do to win.
そのためのこの時間そのための会合だ
That's what this time, this meeting is for.
敵を倒さず追い払わずして本当に平和が来るとあなたたちは思っているのか
Do you believe that peace will come if we don't drive away our enemies?
ミオン
Mion. I could feel the inspiring power of Mion's words throughout my whole body. Yes, that's right. That's the root of the voice that's been crying out inside my heart. If we don't fight, then nothing will ever even begin. Even though there's an enemy right in front of us, intent on doing us harm, we're thinking about what we can do to escape. It's certainly true that I wasn't prepared. Strong duty and conviction are necessary to overcome defeat in this battle. But it doesn't mean all you have to do is blindly struggle against them. You have to understand that everyone else's fate is in your hands too, not just your own. Applying all of your wisdom, you need to have the convictions to fight. It was the same for Rina and Rika-chan. Everyone raised their heads all at once to display their passionate thoughts to everyone else around.
俺はここに引っ越してきてからミオンやシオンなんかにダム戦争の時の勇ましい話をたくさん聞かされてます
I've heard all kinds of stories of valor during the dam war from Mion and Shion.
でもそれはダム戦争の時から始まった5年程度の付け焼き場の団結じゃない
But that unity wasn't some veneer that only developed 5 years ago during the dam war.
戦争が終わってからの辛い時代を乗り越えるために育まれた40年以上にもわたる熱い伝統なんです。
It's a passionate tradition 40 years old. I was born to overcome the powerful times after the end of the war.
だから俺はその時代から団結を育んできた人たちがすげえと思うし尊敬できると思う。
That's why I think the people you've grown up since then are amazing. I have deep respect for them.
そんな男たちが戦ったから今のひなみ沢がある。
The Hinamizawa we have today only exists because those men fought for it.
そしてそんなひなみ沢に住めることを誇りにしたい。
And that's the sort of Hinamizawa I want to feel proud to live in.
その通りだ。
That's right.
私たちの敵は狡猾で卑怯な奴らなんです。
Our enemies are shrewd and unforgiving.
さとこちゃんだけじゃなく、今度は別の命を引き換えに出してきてもおかしくない。
They won't settle for Satoko-chan. Next time they'll try bartering someone else's life.
そんな奴らを野放しにしちゃ、もっとたくさんの人が犠牲になってしまう。
If we don't stand up to them, there'll be more and more victims. Yeah.
僕の命を狙う奴らは村を巻き込んだ巨大な陰謀を企んでいます。
The people targeting my life are plotting a huge conspiracy involving the entire village.
敵は確かに強力です。
It's true that our enemies are formidable,
だけど無敵じゃない。
but they're not invincible.
こちらには鉄さえ貫く固い団結力と、そして奴ら以上に強い信念がある。
The people here have a strong bond that can penetrate even iron, and stronger beliefs than our enemies.
もう一度国家権力と戦ったかつての獅子同盟の力を見せてほしいのです。
We need to once again demonstrate the strength of the Guardians, who are able to withstand even the power over the government.
わしらは
We... Little by little, we began to hear the elders voicing their agreement. In response to that, Mion turned her body toward Akane-san and looked straight at her.
母さん。いえ、園崎茜。
Mom. Or rather, Akane Sonozaki.
園崎家当主として命じます。
This is an order from the Sonozaki family head.
ひなみ沢の一員、北条聡子の救出に力を貸しなさい。
Satoko Hosho is a member of Hinamizawa. Please lend your strength to help her.
あなたと、あなたの部下と、その家族の命、私がすべて預かります。
I'll take complete responsibility for the lives of you, your subordinates, and their families.
兵隊を繰り出して、北条聡子と古出理香の身の保全を図るように。
Deploy our troops, for the sake of protecting Satoko Hosho and Rika Furude.
一丁前みたいな口を聞くな、この小娘が。
Do not speak as if you're a full-grown adult, you child! Kana-san vigorously rose to her feet and grabbed the katana sitting on the floor beside her, then loosed the sword from its sheath in a single continuous motion, and keenly swung it down toward Mion's neck. Jesus. Mi-chan! Oh. That moment, almost everyone was frozen in shock and left trembling. They may have even stopped breathing. And in that moment, the tip of the sword stopped right before the base of Mion's neck, and Akane-san arrogantly looked down the blade at Mion. Mion hardened her body and slightly arched her back, but her eyes didn't waver at all. They continued intently glaring back like a sharp blade of her own.
いいかい、当主代行。
You understand, right? Acting family head.
あんたが気安く言った命を預かるってのはね、引き換えに自分の命を張って今ここでその首を切り落とされても構わないってことと同義なのさ。
When you say you're willing to take responsibility for their lives, that means you should have the resolve to lose your head right here and now.
いつもお両馬場の陰に隠れてこそこそやってたあんたにそんなことを言える覚悟があるとでも言うのかい？
For someone who has always hidden in Oryu's shadow, are you truly prepared to say that? Akane-san's sharp voice felt like it was squeezing at my heart. Even from all the way over here, my whole body froze and began to shiver. My field of vision absent-mindedly narrowed. I couldn't imagine how Mion must feel, sitting right next to the blade. Nevertheless, with her mother's demonic visage reflected in her resolute, wide-open eyes, Mion continued her declaration.
覚悟は
I am
ある。あります。
prepared. Fully prepared.
こんな時だけ口で言って誰が信じるか。
Who is going to believe that if you can only say it at a time like this?
誰かに責任を肩代わりしてもらって、ただ与えられた椅子に座ることが次期当主の役目だと満然と受け止めていただけのお前が。
You've been thinking the duty of the next head is to make someone else take responsibility and to irresponsibly succeed to the position.
命を張る痛みと苦しさを理解できるとでも言うのか。
Do you think you can truly understand the pain of suffering of putting your life on the line?
ならばしっかりその目で見ろ。
Then take a good look.
次期当主園崎ミオンの覚悟をな。
Witness the resolve of the next head of the family, Mion Sonozaki! What? Mion tightly squeezed the katana and held it to her throat, even though fresh blood began spilling out as the blade dug into her hands. Then, she took a deep, vigorous breath and forcefully pulled the blade down. Mion, stop! Mi-chan! What? Blood splattered out. Several vermilion puddles formed on the floor, dyeing the tatami in deep red. Mion had grabbed the blade of the sword and pulled it down on herself. But Akane-san grabbed the blade with her other hand and stopped it, leaving only a slight cut on Mion's throat. Hardcore. Mom? You utter fool. If you wish to go this far with your lunacy, you're beyond saving. Kane grimaced in pain as she too grabbed the blade with her own bare hand. Beads of sweat trickled down her forehead, but she still forced a smile. Mion stared stunned for a while, but the moment she realized it wasn't just her own blood flowing down the blade, she realized her grip on the sword. Released her grip on the sword. Mom? Your hand. It's just a scratch. I'm fine.
Akane-chan.
Akane-chan. I can't believe you'd be so reckless. Someone, stop the bleeding. And call a doctor. Didn't you hear? The doctor is in enemy hands. Honestly, are you all so rattled just seeing a little blood? Try to calm down a little. Kane-san shook her bloody hand, as if to mock the panicking elders. My consciousness felt like it was slowly fading away every time a drop of blood fell to the floor, but when I realized that Mion's left hand was bleeding just as heavily, I ran up to her. Mion! Are you alright? Yeah. Ow, ow, ow. Mion playfully smiled, but the wounds of grabbing a sword with her bare hands were firmly carved into her fingers and her palm, staining them deep red with blood. Or staining? Yeah, staining them deep red with blood. Reina quickly rushed out of the room, then brought in a first aid kit and a bucket of water. She pulled out some disinfecting cotton gauze in a smooth, well-practiced gesture. Then, she tightly tied a towel around Mion's wrist, rinsed the blood away with some water, and tightly taped some disinfectant-soaked gauze around the wound. Mi-chan! Hold your hand out, like this. Rika-chan, grind this stuff down. Roger. Ow, 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 ow. That stings. Reina, you could be a little more gentle. No, I can't. Consider this your punishment for doing something so reckless. Reina sniffled with tears in her eyes as she replaced the piece of cotton that had been dyed red in a flash. Then, Rika-chan handed her the leaves she'd ground up, probably some kind of water pennywort to stop bleeding, and then Reina rubbed them into the wound. Mion couldn't help but cry out, but Reina paid it no heed and continued. Kane-san was receiving similar treatment from the elders. You moron! Who told you to go that far? I slipped up and got caught in the heat of the moment. Slipped up? You're telling me all this bloodshed was just from getting a little carried away? My emotions suddenly flared up, and I raised my voice. Mion could have been seriously hurt if Kana-san hadn't held back. No matter how much she said she's prepared, she's still a tactless moron quick to do something dangerous.
ごめん、ケイちゃん。
Sorry, Ki-chan.
レナも、リカちゃんも。
That goes for you too, Rina. Rika-chan.
私ってほら、バカだから。
You know, I'm an idiot.
まったくだ。
Seriously.
なんでこんな無茶を。
How could you do something so reckless?
ごめんね、ケイちゃん。
I'm sorry, Ki-chan.
私はね、あんたを信じるって決めたんだ。
I decided that I would believe in you. Mion looked straight at me and bitterly smiled with a remorseful look on her face.
この先何があっても、あんたを信じるって決めたんだ。
No matter what the future may hold, I've decided I'm going to believe in you.
だから、信じてもらいたかった。
So, I wanted others to believe in you too.
私のこの思い、命を張った思いをちゃんと汲んで、大切にして。
You're the man who really understands and respects my willingness to put my life on the line.
そして、私の大切なものを守るために、命を投げ出して戦ってくれる人だって。
And you dare to risk your life for the sake of the things I hold dear.
みんなに、ね。
I want everyone here to believe that.
ミオン、お前。
Mion, you...
サトコを、助け出そうよ。
Let's rescue Satoko.
私とケイちゃん、レナとリカちゃん。4人でかかれば、きっとなんとかなる。
You and I, Ki-chan, plus Rina and Rika-chan. The four of us together, I'm sure we'll manage.
今警察で戦ってくれているシオンを入れたら5人か。
No, if you count Shion, who's fighting the police right now, that makes 5 of us.
だって私たちは世界最強の部活メンバーなんだからさ。
We can do it because we're the strongest club in the world. Mion's words moved me to tears. And we all decided right here. We were fully prepared. Right, of course. Mion, I swear I'll make the most of that feeling. I'll definitely live up to your expectations. Who cares about the Mountain Dogs or Takano or Tokyo? We'll let everyone know that there's nobody in the solar system or even the galaxy who can defeat us.
そうだよ、ケイチ君。
That's right, Keiichi-kun.
レナもこうなったら絶対に容赦しない。
Now that things have come to this, Rina won't show them any mercy either.
サトコちゃんを人質にしなきゃまともに戦えないような相手なんか怖くもなんともあるもんか。
I'll never be afraid of that enemy who can't even put up a fight without taking Satoko-chan hostage.
全員まとめてお仕置きして自分たちがしでかした過ちを死んだ後も後悔させてやる。
We'll deliver their punishment together and make them continue to regret their mistakes long after death.
そうでしょ、リカちゃん。
Right, Rika-chan?
そうよ。
Yeah.
そうなのよね。
Yeah, that's right.
勝敗は時の常なんて言葉は嘘っぱち。
Anyone saying that the time to determine victory or defeat has already passed is telling an outright lie.
勝ちたいと思う気持ち、大事なものを守りたいと思う意志の強さと覚悟が運命を切り開くんだ。
Our desire to win, our strength and determination to protect what we hold dear will allow us to carve through fate.
だから絶対に今度こそ勝ってみせる。
So, I'm certain of it. We absolutely will win this.
どうせ最後だからなんて捨て鉢になってたまるか。
I'll never abandon myself to despair thinking I don't care because it's my last chance.
私の時間、そして幸せは私の力と意志で掴み取ってみせる。
I'll grab hold of my time and my happiness, using my own strength and will. Right there.
ちょっと誰があんたたちだけなんて言ったんだい？
Hold on now. Who said you could do this on your own? As the four of us stood united, a voice called out to us like a spear stabbing into us from the side. Looking back, Kane-san and the elders all around her were sitting with fearless looks in their faces, and the shining light of strong will and determination in their eyes. Sonozaki family head, we'll join you in the fight. Let's show them the terrifying strength of Inamazawa United. This has nothing to do with the Hojos. Anyone who does harm to one of our citizens is an enemy of the village. We entrust our lives to you. Let's face this together. The elders were getting fired up and cheering us on. Kana-san raised her bandage-wrapped hand to interject, then grinned back at us.
Kasai,
Kasai?
は
Yes.
組長に伝えな。
Go tell the boss.
園崎の組全員を集めて一斉打ち入りだってね。
The entire Sonozaki group is going to carry out a raid at once.
それから村の連中の避難と使える奴らを借り出せ。
Then, evacuate the villagers and call in our battle-ready members.
相手は武装集団だ。組の威信かけて村の誰彼にも指一本触れさせるな。
Our foes are an armed group. Don't let them lay a finger on anyone in the village.
一世一代の鉄火場。よそ者の軍隊もどきなんか塵も残さないくらいに叩き潰してやろう。
This will be a once-in-a-lifetime gamble to drive out an army of outsiders. Smash them so hard not even a speck of dust is left behind.
承知。
Understood. Yeah. The air was shattered as everyone let out a roar all at once. There was enough force to reach the heavens.
皆さん、
Excuse me, everyone.
私が誰か、ひょ
Perhaps,
っとして忘れてるんじゃないでしょうね。
perhaps you've forgotten about me.
こんな打ち入りの決起会、私に黙って見過ごせって言うんですか？
Do you expect me to sit back and keep silent while you organize a raid?
心配いらないよ。何人かは検挙されてあげるからさ。
Don't worry, we'll allow you to arrest some of them.
なんだったら私が全員を焚きつけたって無償に言ってやっても構わないよ。
If you like, you're free to consider this a sedition crime and put me in jail. No.
冗談はやめてください。こんな一触即発の人間ニトログリセリン、どこの牢獄だって願い下げですよ。
Please stop joking around. No prison would welcome delicate human nitroglycerin like yourself, you know. Oishi-san's belly shook as he let out a joyful laugh, and he stood up and walked toward the hallway. He slapped both his cheeks to psych himself up. Which cheeks? We'll never tell. Then turned back this way.
警察としては、とにかく診療所の人質解放に全力を尽くします。
As a member of the police, I'll do everything in my power to get the hostages at the clinic released.
あとは、富武氏の残した資料の分析ですね。
And to analyze the materials left behind by Mr. Tomatake.
終わったらそっちにもできる限りの人間を集めてみせますよ。
When that's all done, I'll try to gather as many people as I can to help.
退職金が減ったら言ってきな。
Come to me if your retirement pay gets axed.
その分くらい補填してやるからさ。
I'll do what I can to make up for the difference.
またまた冗談を。
Quit joking around.
暴力団から金を受け取るようになったら、日本の警察はおしまいですよ。
The Japanese police force is done if we start accepting money from gangsters. Then, Oishi-san headed toward the entrance. We all silently looked at one another and nodded. Satoko, wait for us. We'll save you, I promise. Mom,
これでよかったのかい？
is this really alright? Oh.
お前もバカじゃが、ミオもバカじゃねえ。
You're an idiot, but Mion is an even bigger idiot, isn't she?
せっかくわしが出ちゃ修羅場になるもって遠慮してやっちゃのにな。
I figured it would turn into a bloodbath if I'd stepped in, so had to stay out of it.
あの子の気迫を見てたら思わず血がたぎってきちゃってね。
Just looking at that girl's spirit really got my blood flowing.
ああ、母さんは出なくて正解だよ。
Yeah, believe you were right not to make an appearance, Mom.
その腕じゃ寸止めだってもう無理でしょうに。
There's no way you could have stopped just short of striking distance with those arms of yours.
バカも。
Preposterous.
こう見えても次元流切り紙持ちじゃ。若いもんにはまだまだ引きを取らんわ。
Despite how I may look, I could have dealt out some Jigen-Ryu-style paper-cutting swordsmanship. Not one to be outdone by youngsters.
お前によりもド派手な盾を見せてやるところじゃわい。
I would have shown everyone an even flashier battle of swords than you did.
次元流って二の太刀いらずの上段から刀を地面に叩きつけるあれでしょ？
Jigen Ryu style. Isn't that the one that swings the sword toward the ground from directly above with enough force it doesn't require a second swing? There's no way you could stop just short striking distance that way. Are you sure you're not thinking of Karatake Wari? And with that, the load on our shoulders has finally lightened. Indeed. I didn't think that girl could have been saved until after my death. Truly glad to see it. And as for Mion, she's grown into a splendid leader. After all, a woman can change for the man she loves. It was the same way for me. I still haven't accepted him yet. In another room of the Sonozaki house, after all of us had enthusiastically exited. We, of course, had no idea they were having such an exchange. Alright, we might need to take just a quick BRB here before we continue reading. Oh, I'm fully invested in this, the conflict about to happen, though. I'm in. We're in. It's gonna happen. Two strong forces. Let me see. Where's the BRB? There we go. That's fine. Okay. I'll be back shortly. Give me just a handful of minutes here. Getting some water and stuff. Alright. We're back. Let's lock in and keep reading. The dazzling sunlight dyed the surrounding area in deep red. A cool breeze occasionally blew through the lukewarm, humid air of the shrine grounds. The familiar shrine grounds felt so vast. That was most certainly my heart's doing. At the main shrine building was myself in handcuffs and Takano, and 9 men armed with guns, who seemed to be waiting for an enemy to come up the stone steps. In addition to them, there were signs of other soldiers on the far side of the assembly hall, and off in the thicket, most like a rear guard, but couldn't tell how many were out there. I was expecting them to be a little off guard, since their foe was a mere child, but apparently that was a poor assumption. Takano was completely thorough, and focused as she waited for the time to come. Rika. Without thinking, I uttered my best friend's name. Takano, who was listening in beside me, let out a disgusting chuckle and pulled her hair back, then spoke. So, which do you think it'll be? Are they coming? Or are they not? I don't really have any obligation to answer that. Hee hee. It's admirable you have the spirit to put on a brave front. Even adults would be afraid if they found themselves in a hostage situation like this, so why not answer honestly? If you wish me to speak honestly, just looking at that outfit makes me feel unpleasantly hot. Could you not wear something more fitting for summer? Oh dear, what a pity. I'm really fond of this outfit, though. Takano seemed to be teasing me as she said that, then shrugged her shoulders and laughed. Honestly, Takano really isn't that bad when she's like this. Because somehow I feel she has emotional leeway like tolerance, unlike my mother and aunt, who were prone to hysterics and found fault with everyone. It's strange, but even after being driven into this situation, I still can't fully bring myself to hate Takano. Maybe she'd start laughing hysterically and say it was all just a joke. As impossible as that was, I couldn't help but think it for a moment. If Rika had heard that, I'm sure she would open her eyes wide in shock. Satoko-chan, about me. As if she'd sensed the unease in my heart, Takano said that in a voice quiet enough that only I could hear, while keeping her gaze fixated on the shrine gate in front of us. You probably won't believe this, but I never felt any ill will towards you. Considering your background, your circumstances, and even your illness, I can't say I was unsymptomatic. I admit that I treated you like a mere test subject, but deep down, I wanted it to lead to your treatment. I really did want you to be fully cured. What's the point of bringing that up now? I already knew that. As far as I was concerned, I didn't have the best of personalities either. If someone I hated were to pat my head, I'd reject them and lash out. But the people I wouldn't refuse head pats from included the club members, Nini, Nene, and Takano. I'd even dodge them from Irie. I've heard about Hinamizawa syndrome from the coach and Rika. I'm not exactly thrilled to have the disease. But for all the time I spent around you, can't say I didn't notice how seriously you were working to fight my illness. Indeed. As far as I'm concerned, researching Hinamizawa syndrome is everything to me.
自分でもおかしな話だけど。
So, this might be a strange thing to say, but
あなたのその病気を治さずにこんなことをしていることに今も両親が痛まないわけじゃないの。
even now, I do feel a nagging at my conscience for doing all this without managing to cure your illness.
それならもうやめてくださいませんこと。
Then why don't you stop this?
今ならまだ間に合うかもしれません。
Even at this point, there may still be time.
私もここに連れてこられるまでのこと、
Everything up until bringing me here?
ニーニーを隠していたことも全て水に流しても構いませんわ。
Even keeping Nini hidden away. None of that matters.
そうね。それができたら。
Yes, if that were possible.
でもね。
However, slowly, Takano turned her eyes this way. Her eyes were dreadfully glistening, full of chilling hatred and bloodlust.
あなたを憎みきれない弱い自分を知れば知るほどどうしても認めたくない。むしろ消し去ってやりたい存在がいるの。
The more I understand my weak self, unable to hate you, the more I realize there's someone I can never accept, or rather, someone I want to disappear.
それが私と同じ時間に生きて同じ空気を吸っていることすら厭わしい。
It disgusts me that she's living at the same time as me, breathing the same air.
不具体点とでも言うのかしら。
I suppose you could call her a mortal enemy.
せめて同じ世界にどちらかがいなければ私もここまで心を闇に侵されることもなかったのかもね。
If she and I lived in different worlds, maybe my heart wouldn't have darkened so far.
そんなにもリカが憎いのでございますか。
Do you hate Rika that much?
ええ。
Yes.
あの子というよりもあの子を中心とした運命ってやつがズタズタに引き裂いてやりたいほど憎くて仕方がない。
It's not the girl herself, though, but rather the destiny centered around her. Can't help but hate it so much I want to tear it apart.
この黒く煮えたぎった感情はね、あの子の赤く染まった臓物を見るまでは収まらないのよ。
That dark, simmering emotion won't cease until I see her blood-soaked entrails.
それが私の復讐なの。私を裏切り絶望に叩き込んだこのクソったれな運命ってやつにね。
And then I'll have my revenge for this horrible fate that betrayed me to despair.
そうでございますか。
So that's how it is then. I had nothing left to say. I don't feel hatred. If I had to nail it down, I'd have to call it empathy. I don't think it's abnormal. Some people would call it baffling, but I understand. I'm sure this woman is my future, or rather, what my future would be if I were allowed to keep going. She must have never had an opportunity to understand what it means to be loved. And after being oppressed, neglected, and alienated from other people, feeling hostility towards others must have been the only way to keep herself going. I wasn't so different from her. My mother didn't care much for me, so I considered everyone getting close to her an enemy and drove them away. She got angry every time, but I was still glad I did it. Being hated is still better than being ignored. And after losing my mother, the target moved to my brother. Rather than hate my aunt and uncle, I was glad my brother cared enough to protect me. And then, after my brother was gone, it was the club members, and then my uncle. Even as I suffered that abuse, I thought it was the price of their caring. So I really was a hopeless case. What if I had never met Kechi-san, Mion-san, Reina-san, and Rika? What would I have done then? Or what would I have done? And Nini, Nene, Shion-san, what kind of path would I have gone down if she wasn't here? There was no need to imagine. The woman beside me was precisely that. Mio Takano. I'm sure she wanted someone to rely on. I didn't know how much she considered the study of Hinamizawa syndrome her reason for living, but I imagined she'd rather destroy it by herself than have it taken away. And if I had to hand over my precious best friend to lose her forever, I'd rather give my own life. That's right. If anything's going to be torn apart, I'd rather it be my body. I believed it. I still believe it. I still believe it right at this moment. I believe that I can see what's important to me and what choice I need to make. But in fact, I'm starting to become aware. I want to believe it because I don't want to accept the truth. This isn't really for Rika's sake. I just wanted things to be easier. I'm still a coward. Because I'm no longer holding back here. I'm ready to be killed, and yet I'm still waiting for Rika to arrive. And somewhere in my heart, I have a desire for us to die together. Even though I know that leaving me alone will save her life. Those feelings were shameful and wretched. That sobbing voice I tried to convince myself with was so ridiculous and silly. And those tears making a mess of my face. Only the cry of the Higurashi remained, annoyingly loud. The red glow of the sunset slowly faded into nighttime. They say evening begins the moment that light meets dark. I'm sure that girl will come. When I climbed the stone steps leading to the shrine grounds, I noticed an unusual smell. Just as I thought. It turned out to be the smell of heavy, oil-soaked camouflage clothing, as the mountain dogs surrounded me and Rika-chan all at once. The imposing guns in their hands let out a dull glow in the light of the setting sun, and they made loud metallic racket. Yeah, as they held them at the ready. The muzzles were all aimed at me and Rika-chan, and they weren't moving. Any misstep here would leave us studded with holes like a honeycomb. I could see Takano and Satoko near the stairs of the main shrine, or to the main shrine. It seemed like Takano was listening to something over an earphone. Maybe she was receiving a report on the situation at the clinic. Right on time. I like people that keep their promises. Very well, let's continue. Seems like you rate us so high. Don't you feel embarrassed using this many soldiers against a couple kids? This is the minimum required to show proper courtesy. For the brave heroes who came all the way out here under these circumstances. I'm honored. Well, hope I never become the kind of adult who has to take hostages, no matter how cornered I feel. These are really the mountain dogs who are hand-selected from the self-defense force? Maybe Poodles would be a better name for the squad from now on. Fucking got him, Rika. Good job, I love smug Rika. Rika-chan must have already been fully resolute, because she was smiling and glaring at Takano with a piercing look in her eyes. The faces of the surrounding soldiers she called the Poodles quickly turned red, but Takano continued looking back with a calm expression, then waved her arms like she had a baton in hand and spoke up. So? Did you bring what was asked of you? Yeah, right here. After hearing that, Takano silently signaled a nearby squad member with her chin. He quickly approached me, then roughly snatched the bag from my hands. And then, a few people pulled out the contents and spread them out before Takano. After picking up one of the documents and looking it over, Takano turned to us once again. Is this everything? Yes. However, we still have copies in our possession. Actually, the negatives are in there, but the developed photos haven't been disposed of yet. Although, I haven't seen the contents myself. What? You son of a bitch! Stop it. One of the soldiers suddenly tried to approach me, but immediately stopped after noticing Takano's sharp glare. Oh dear. I asked for everything, though. Isn't that a breach of our agreement? Oh, what to do? Think back. You never said anything about developing the film or making copies. There's no rules about a dog not being able to play basketball. I checked the coach's message over and over again, so I'm sure I'm not mistaken. Plus, we had no guarantee that Satoko and I would get out of this safely.
保険をかけるのは当然だ。
So of course we need insurance for that.
もし俺たちが時間内に戻らなければ、その資料は警視庁公安の赤坂警視に渡されることになっている。
If we don't make it back in time, all that material will be passed on to Inspector Kasuka of MPD Public Security.
ただし無事に戻れば、すべて焼却して処分するつもりだ。
But if you allow us to return safely, I promise to incinerate everything.
それこそ信用できないわね。
I can't trust that.
あなたたちが約束を守る保証は
What guarantee is there that you'll honor that promise?
あんたたちと一緒にするな。
Don't confuse us with you all.
それだけだ。
That's all.
いいわ。
Fine.
この子は返してあげましょ
I'll return the girl.
う。行きなさい、さとこちゃん。
Go ahead, Satoko-chan. Satoko stood up as soon as she heard that, then ran down the steps of the shrine towards us. And then, she jumped into Rika-chan's chest and started crying.
Satoko, 怪我はないですか?
Satoko, are you hurt? Rika!
なんで来てしまったのですか?
Why did you come here?
せっかく。
I put in so much effort to...
あなたの頑張りを無駄にして。
I'm sorry
ご
for...
めんなさいなのです。
I'm sorry for wasting all your hard work.
でも、僕は大事な友達を見捨てるような人間ではいたくないのですよ。
But I don't want to be the sort of person who forsakes my precious friends. Rika! Satoko began sobbing. Looking at that, Rika-chan gently stroked her head to comfort her.
それじゃ、三文劇はそれくらいでいいかしら?
Alright then, enough of this sob story.
フルでリカをこちらに。
Come, Rika Furude. With a cold smile and a gesture of her chin, Takano beckoned her over. Rika-chan glared at her, then brought Satoko to me and slowly tried to step forward. However...
で?
So?
いつ俺は迎えに来たらいいんだ?
When can we get going? I quickly held my arm in front of Rika-chan to stop her, then turned back to Takano with a relaxed expression. As expected, Takano looked confused and then frowned, making no effort to hide her suspicion. Keiichi?
言ってる意味がよくわからないわね。
I'm not sure I understand what you mean.
どういうことかしら、前原君。
What are you trying to say, Maiburu-kun?
俺はリカちゃんを連れてこいとは聞いた。
Oh my god. He's really trying to do this. I appreciate it, honestly. The message said to bring Rika-chan here.
だから連れてきたが、渡せとは一言も聞いていない。
So I brought her here. But it didn't say anything about handing her over to you.
違うのか?
Isn't that right?
この野郎
You bastard.
ふざけるのもいい加減にしろ
Enough. Quit messing around.
ふざけてないぞ。俺は真面目だ。
I'm not messing around. I'm completely serious.
これは取引じゃないのか?
That was the deal, wasn't it?
引き渡せと言っていない以上、それに従う義務はないし、約束は守っている。
You never said to hand her over, so according to our agreement, I have no obligation to do so.
それでも足りないと言い張るなら、もう一度そちらから条件を出せ。
If you're unsatisfied with that, then I'll listen to your conditions again.
ただし、二人は連れて帰るぞ。
But I'm taking the two of them home.
あのね。
Hey.
そんな子供の論理が通用するとでも思って?
Do you really think that childlike logic is going to work here?
子供の論理がダメなら、大人の論理でいこうか。
If childlike logic is no good, let's try some adult logic.
俺たちは、お前たちの支援ルートを全てぶっ壊せるだけの証拠を本部に残している。
But we have enough evidence back at headquarters to shut down all of your support lines.
ここで俺たちを殺せば、お前たちに残されるのは破滅か自滅だ。
Even if you kill us all, even if you kill us here, it'll be the end of you. It's suicide.
ナポレオンが地獄を味わったロシアの焦土作戦を体験してみるのもいいけどな。
Although, it might be nice to get a taste of the hell Napoleon faced during the scorched earth strategy in Russia. You son of a bitch!
残念だけど、その要求は飲めないわね。
Unfortunately, I can't accept that request.
あなたたちの選択は2つだけ。
You only have two options here.
1人が死ぬか、3人が死ぬか。
One person dies, or 3 people die.
そのどっちかよ。
Which will it be?
じゃあ、交渉決裂か!
Then, negotiations are over! I quickly pulled out the thing I'd kept hidden in my pocket and pulled the safety pin without hesitation. Yes, because this round object was a gift from Akane-san. A hand grenade. Oh my god. Whoa! There's no sense coming to a place like this unprepared! I tossed it at Takano as I screamed that. The sound of hard metal striking stone rang out, then it clattered as it rolled. The moment they noticed that familiar-looking dark green object, the soldiers around us all took cover or lay on the ground and covered their heads. Alright, now's our chance. As I thought that, I turned around and beckoned Rika-chan and Satoko to run. That moment, I heard a hard sound coming from the stone pavement in front of me, and small pieces began to scatter. Looking back, Takano was standing with her foot on the grenade I threw, and holding a handgun with a completely unchanged facial expression. Major! You fools! Stand up already! But... I said stand! And you three, don't move a muscle. On that shout, everyone stopped moving. With Takano glaring at us, even the tiniest move would result in us getting shot. 3, 2, 1. Time ticked down for a while longer, but there was no sign of activity from the grenade under Takano's foot. The soldiers finally understood everything and rose to their feet. That was a pretty clever stunt for a bluff. So you realized... It's the real deal, but the fuse had been pulled out. Takano responded with a boisterous laugh. Whether it's real or not, it's the same to me either way. Doesn't even have value as a gamble. All this time, I've been on a one-on-one fight with fate. There's no way something so minuscule could crush my will. Even if this thing was real and blew my leg off. How pathetically misguided. You think your piddling power can change the fate I bet my life to create by force? Keiichi! Keiichi-san! Something hard and sharp pierced the air and flew past the left side of my temple. For the first time, I felt the air quake at the sound of gunfire. And just a moment later, I sensed the startling, terrifying sensation of being faced with a weapon that could easily take my life, slowly rising up. Upon witnessing that overwhelming malice that couldn't be overcome with strength or willpower, my heart, which had been burning hot, froze in an instant. I couldn't move or put any power into my limbs. I missed on purpose. You understand that, right? I'll say it again. Hand over Rika Furude. No further discussion is necessary. Got it? Keiichi! Rika-chan gazed at me, then shook her head with a stern expression. Looking at that, I gave her a nod with my eyes, then borrowed Satoko's shoulder to stagger to my feet. Understood. Let me go now. Rika-chan, sorry. It's okay. You deserve the Fighting Spirit Award just for coming this far. Nippa. Keiichi-san! As Rika-chan began slowly walking away, Satoko reached a hand out to stop her. But after seeing the look on Rika-chan's face, she hardened her expression, then turned her gaze downward and shut her mouth. Satoko, you're a good girl. Takano, is this enough? Rika-chan stopped 3 steps before reaching Takano, then glared at her in a resolute stance. Takano played it off with a relaxed smile, then deliberately bowed with one hand on her chest. Welcome to the ritual stage, oh ancient princess.
これで約束は全て守ったはずです。
With that, we've kept all our promises.
圭一たちを返しなさい。
So let Kechi and Satoko go.
その前にちょっとだけ教えてあげる。
Before that, let me tell you a little something.
今、奥の井たちが交戦を開始したそうよ。
Okanogi and his team have started fighting just now.
あなたたちの別動隊とね。
Against your detached forces. What?
ちょっと
What the hell?
なんでこんな地元の人間でも知らない小道にこれだけの人数が詰めているのさ。
Why are there so many people packed on a small path even the locals don't know about? Mion cursed toward Kasai beside her, holding a shotgun, while they both hid behind an abandoned car with flat tires. Kasai kept his hands busy while carefully watching the enemy's movements from the shadows, then answered her.
敵も読んでいたということでしょう。
The enemy was able to get a read on us.
正面突破だと人質の命が危ない。ならばリカさんをおとりに私たちが背後をつく。
If we were to go for a frontal assault, it would put the lives of the hostages in danger, so we had to use Rika-san as a decoy and attack from the rear.
ちょっと詳しいやつなら考えてもおかしくない。
It's not hard to imagine seasoned enemies could predict this.
それでもここまで道の封鎖を徹底してくるなんて。
Still, to think they'd blockade the road so thoroughly.
しかも道路に巻き石まで撒いてるなんて用意が良すぎるよ。
And they even spread caltrops across the road. They're so incredibly prepared.
なんでこれを思いつかなかったかな。
Why didn't we think of this? Mion felt deep regret as she heard Rina say that. Their enemies had blocked the road with oversized pieces of garbage and filled it with sharp metal spikes, rendering car tires useless. They hadn't seen anything like this since the dam opposition movement 5 years ago. They intended to ambush Takano from behind to support Kechi and the others, but thanks to this, the secret path they planned to take to the shrine was largely out of reach. And what's more, the enemy was clearly aiming to waste their time. There was no signs of an attack here, and the intent seemed to be just to pin them down. They thought this would be the best route to bring in a large number of people, but the plan completely fell apart.
このままじゃ圭一君たちが。
If we're stuck like this, then Kechi-kun and the others will...
みーちゃん、他に道はないの？
Mi-chan, is there no other way?
ないこともないけど、ここからだとさらに遠回りになるよ。
There's something, but it's even bigger detour from here.
しかも道というより、ほとんど草木の隙間みたいなもの。
And it's not so much of a road as it is a narrow gap between trees and shrubs.
くそ！ただでさえここで足止めのロスがあるのに、どんどん遅くなる一方じゃないか。
Shit. Even though we lost our footing here, we're just getting slower and slower. She slammed her fist into the ground. Blood spread between her wound hadn't completely healed yet, but her frustration was beyond control.
いくらケイちゃんでも、ハッタリの手榴弾一つで切り抜けられるわけがない。
No matter how hard Ki-chan tries, there's no way he'll pull through with nothing but a dead grenade.
リカちゃんを残して脱出してきても、急がなきゃリカちゃんが殺されるだけ。
Even if he leaves Rika-chan behind, they'll kill her unless we hurry.
もう、どうしてこういう時にいい知恵が浮かばないんだよ。
Wish I had the brains to come up with better ideas.
救いたいですか？あなたの仲
You
間。
want to save your friends, don't you?
決まってるでしょ？
Oh, of course.
当たり前のこと聞かないでよ、レナ。
Don't say something so obvious, Rina.
は？
Huh? Huh?
レナ何も言ってないよ。
Rina didn't say anything. Huh?
だって今。
But just now.
バス停に戻りなさい。
Head back to the bus
その
stop.
街の道を通って神社に。
From there, follow the road to the shrine. That time, Mion and Rina both heard it. But when Mion came back to her senses, she shouted at the voice.
バカ言ってんじゃないよ。
Don't say something so stupid.
そっちってフルデ神社からあさっての方向じゃないか。
That's the opposite direction of the Furude Shrine, isn't it?
遠回りどころか見殺しにしろってこと？
That's far more than a detour. You want them to get killed?
みーちゃん、みーちゃん。
Mi-chan, Mi-chan.
何さ。
What?
さっきから気になってたんだけど。
I've been worried about this for a little while, but
向こうの兵隊、なんで顔に変なマスクかぶってるのかな？
why are the soldiers over there wearing strange masks on their faces?
変なマスク？
Strange masks. She squinted her eyes. Unlike Reno, who had good long-distance vision, Mion couldn't quite make out the faces of the enemies in this dusky lighting. At best, she could tell that a soldier was holding something over his shoulder and pointing it this way. Wait, his shoulder? No way! Is that an RPG? Everyone, take cover! Damn. Then.
残念ね。
Terribly sorry.
すごすご帰るふりして隙をついて助け出すつもりだったんでしょうけど。
I'm sure you were planning to feign leaving quietly, then try to catch me off guard and take her back.
こっちも万全で構えていたから。
But I was prepared for this. Oh no. Guess she already saw through our plan.
でもなかなかよく考えたとは思うわ。
But I do believe your plan was pretty well thought out.
その努力賞にいいものをこれから見せてあげようかしら。
Maybe I can show you something nice as a consolation prize for your effort.
リカちゃん、あなたも自分が死んでから村がどうなるか興味ない？
Rika-chan, are you interested to know what happens in the village after you die?
緊急マニュアルの発動かしら。
I suppose the emergency manual will be activated.
村人を災害避難と偽って一箇所に集め。
The villagers will be evacuated and gathered together under the false pretense of a natural disaster.
あら、よく知ってるわね。
Oh my, you're well informed.
それは入江所長からかしら？
Did you hear that from Director Irie?
残念だけど、思ったようには集まってくれないでしょうね。
Sorry, but things aren't going to play out the way you imagined.
今頃村の人たちにはこの陰謀についてかなりの情報が行き渡っているはず。
By now, the villagers should have already heard everything about this conspiracy.
少なくとも私が死んでもたたりに怯えてあなたたちの先導に惑わされることは絶対にないわ。
So even if I die, they'll never let you order them around through fear of the curse.
どういうこと？
What do you mean?
緊急マニュアルを発動しても48時間後に生き残った村人の症状が悪化して問題が起きれば東京の上層部と実行組織である山犬の責任問題に発展する。
Even if you activate the emergency manual, if the survivor's symptoms worsen 48 hours later and cause problems, it'll turn into a liability issue for the higher-ups at Tokyo and the mountain dogs who are supposed to handle it.
そしてもし48時間経っても村人たちに何も起きなければあんたの信じたひなみ沢症候群の研究は完全に形骸化する。
And, if nothing happened to the villagers after 48 hours have passed, then all the Hinamizawa syndrome research you were so passionately studied would lose all substance.
いずれにしてもあんたたちは破滅だ。
Either way, you're finished.
公安の力を借りる
You've
まで
just
も
been
ない。
boned. It's not even necessary for public security to get involved.
そこまでもう進めていたってことか。
So, you've already gone that far. Takano quietly looked down as she listened to that. In reality, public security was already taking action, so Takano and her cohorts were already finished. All of a sudden, Takano laughed like she had gone mad and turned her terrifying eyes this way as if to mock us. Then, after her crazed laughter, she brushed her tousled hair back, took something out from behind her back, and then attached it to her handgun. Delightful! Yes, absolutely delightful.
ここまで私の読みが当たって万全の準備が生かされたかと思うともうおかしくて死んじゃいそうだわ
I thought all my predictions were right and that my thorough preparations had been put to good use, but this is so hilarious. I could die laughing.
何を
What? Ah.
それだけじゃないのよ
But that's not all. Then Takano held her gun up toward the sky and let out a roar.
なぜこの時間にあなたたちを呼び寄せたと思う
Why do you think I called you here at this particular time?
真っ昼 昼間だとね、使えないのよ。
It's because I wouldn't be able to use this in broad daylight.
野号地に向けた信号弾が。
A signal flare for Yagochi.
まさかここまで使うことになるとは、とても思っていなかったけど、備えあれば憂いなしってところかしら。
I never thought I'd have to use it, but as I say, well prepared means no worries.
何をする気だ?
What are you trying to do?
覚えてるかしら、リカちゃん。
Rika-chan, do you remember?
軽度の感染者を一気にレベル5状態の症状に引き上げるアンチワクチン H173 のことを。
The H173 anti-vaccine capable of raising mildly infected people's symptoms to L5 in an instant?
私はそれをずっと研究し続けて、そしてつい先日に改良版を完成させたわ。
I've been studying it all this time and recently managed to complete an improved version.
空気感染さえも可能にした新型ウイルス H17302 をね。
A brand new virus capable of airborne infection, H173-02. Rika-chan's face hardened and turned pale in shock and awe. Takano laughed while gleefully watching that, then continued.
知ってる?
Did you know?
野号地はね、
Did you know?
このひなみ沢の風上にあたる場所。
Yagochi is upwind of Hinamizawa.
だから農薬の散布を行うヘリを飛ばすときはそこから出発するのが一番なの。
So it's the best location for a pesticide spraying helicopter to start from.
そして風に乗って地上へと降り注がれるわ。
And it'll scatter in the wind and fall to the ground. Ha 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 ha.
そんな、まさか。
No way. Seriously?
警察もあなたたちの仲間もこの神社と診療所に関心を向けてみんなこの村の中に集まっている。
The police and all of your friends are gathered here in the village, intently focused on either the shrine or the clinic.
そしてヘリが飛んでも誰も気づかない。
And nobody will give a helicopter flying about a second thought.
誰も止められない。
Nobody can stop it. Ah ha 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 ha.
やめて。
Stop this.
そんなことをしたら村の人たちは。
If you do this, if you do that, all the people of the village will.
終わりよ。
It's over.
いえ、始まりかしら。
No, maybe this is the beginning.
神々に生贄を捧げる厳かな祭りのね。
This is a solemn ritual, a sacrifice to the gods.
やめろ!
Stop! Jesus. Devoid of any heart. Right before our eyes, Takano fired the signal, which burst at high altitude into a red firework-like pattern, as if a blood-stained flower had just bloomed. It was distorted, ugly, and had drawn out a cruel pattern. What a scream. Rika-chan's scream echoed all around, and then, upon witnessing that, Takano let out a laugh with an expression on her face that could no longer be described as anything but demonic. Ah. Yes, that's it. That face, that pain, that despair. That's what I wanted to see, what I wanted to hear. Your hateful, prideful face warping as you fall apart. So, are you frustrated?
私が憎い
Do you hate me?
殺したい
Do you want to kill me? Are you gonna cry? Are you gonna...
残念でした。あなたたちには何もできない。
Sorry, but there's nothing you can do about it.
あなたたちはただそこで見て自分の無力と愚かさを呪ってのたうち回って苦しんでそして死ぬのよ。
You can just watch from there, cursing your stupidity and helplessness while struggling and suffering until you die.
それがあなたたちの運命。私があなたたちを招き入れた最高の舞台で最高の祭りの姿なのよ。
That is your fate. I've invited you to the ultimate stage at the ultimate ritual. Ah. Takano.
あんたはあんたってやつは
You're insane. I let my excitement get the better of me and jumped at Takano. But I was immediately blocked and surrounded by her soldiers, then knocked to the ground by a fierce blow.
あなたたちはよく頑張ったわ。
You guys did your best.
だからご褒美に苦しまないよう一思いに殺してあげるわね。
So as a reward, I'll kill you now so you won't have to suffer.
まずはあなたからかしら。
Maybe I'll start with you first, Kechi Maibara-kun. Then Takano let out an arrogant laugh as she removed the flare adapter from her gun and slipped in the regular ammunition.
さよなら、前原君。
Farewell, Maibara-kun.
あなたの青いところは好きだったけど、世界はもっとどす黒くて残酷なのよ。
I enjoyed your youthful spirit, but the world is far too dark and cruel for that. Takano raised her pistol as she said that, and then, without any hesitation, she pulled the trigger. Oh. Oh! No way! Just... Oh! We gotta keep going. It'd be too cruel to end on that. I braced myself and closed my eyes as the sound of a gunshot sliced through the air. Of course, I can't dodge bullets. All it takes is for the bullet to strike somewhere on my body, and then it's only a matter of time until death arrives. Is this what death feels like? Just like before, suddenly being hit by intense pain, weight, and sluggishness, and then falling to the ground? Or maybe my consciousness suddenly cuts off like a TV being switched off. I've never died before, so how could I know? And yet, this time just before death feels so long. So quiet. I can't hear anything. I can't see anything. Oh, of course, it's because my eyes are closed. And so, somehow, I managed to open my eyes.
なんだこれ
What is this? For a moment, I couldn't quite understand the scene I was witnessing. Takano was standing right in front of me, holding a handgun with a triumphant smile on her face. The mountain dogs were surrounding me, and just a few dozen centimeters from my eyes, I could see a silver bullet floating in the air. Oh shit, he stopped time. Time powers. What is this? It was like watching a movie and time froze because the projector broke. No. It actually stopped. I struggled to move my body, but it wouldn't budge. Just like everything else around me, my body remained firmly fixed in place. So, once time starts moving again, this bullet right in front of me is going to take my life?
これが俺の死の世界なのか
Is this the world of my death? At last, I remembered. I'm certain that I experienced the same phenomenon in some other world. And Takano was my adversary back then, too. I was trying to steal a car and battling against the mountain dogs with the other club members. The moment we launched our simultaneous attack, I was shot by Takano, who had failed to even notice.
嘘ケイちゃん
No, Ki-chan.
高野さんだ
It's Takano-san.
高野さんが撃ったの
She shot the gun?
ケイチ君を
She shot Kechi-kun? In the frozen world, Takano was smiling. I almost said smiting. Was smiling, still aiming her gun at Kechi. Takano had been watching us from the van this whole time. She came out and fired her gun, knowing that we hadn't seen her at all.
そっか なるほどな。
I see. I get it now.
やっぱり黒幕は高野さんだったんだな。
So Takano-san was a bad guy all along.
どうしよ
What are we going to do?
う。ケイちゃん、なんとか体をひねってかわせないんですか？
Can't you try and twist your body to avoid the bullet?
バカ。無理なこと言うなよ。
Don't be so stupid. Or don't be stupid.
弾丸だって止まるくらいに
Time
全てが止まってるんだぞ。
Time has totally stopped.
俺だって動けるわけがねえだろ。
I can't move at all.
なら時間が動き出すのと一緒に上半身をそらすんですの。
Then try moving right as soon as time starts moving again.
そうすれば少しでも違うかもしれませんわよ。
You might make a difference. Everyone was desperate to save Kechi. However, no matter how hard we thought, we couldn't come up with any ideas to save him from the bullet. We were so desperate that Kechi started to laugh. So that's it. In the end, the situation is no different from back then. And I'm going to die right here. Just like this.
なら諦めますか？
Then are you giving up?
え?
Huh? Suddenly I heard a voice. It wasn't Rika-chan, and it wasn't Satoko, but I'm certain it's a voice I've heard before.
誇り高きフルデの友柄よ。
Proud comrade of the Furudes.
ここであなたは諦めますか？
Do you intend to give up here? And then the source of that voice revealed itself right before my eyes.
あんたは
You?
答えてください。
Please answer me.
あなたはここで諦められるのですか？
Are you willing to give up here?
大切な友達を守れず、あなたを信じてくれた人たちにも応えられず、ここで死ぬのですか？
Unable to protect your dear friends and unable to reciprocate the trust they placed in you? Are you really okay with dying here?
そんなこと言ったって。
Saying that won't change anything. I suddenly cursed faint-heartedly. No matter how hard I tried, my entire body was unable to move. So what did she expect me to do in a situation like this?
俺だってこんなところで諦めたくない。
I don't want to give up at a time like this either.
みんなのことを守れずに死ぬなんてあっぴらごめんだ。
I never ever want to die failing to protect everyone.
けど体が動かない。
But my body just won't move.
動かないのはそう思っているからです。
It won't move because you think so.
違いますか？
Or am I wrong?
そうは言っても全身ピクリとも動かないんだぞ。
Even if you say that, my entire body just can't move.
これでどうしろって言うんだ。
What do you expect me to do here?
全身。
Your entire body?
嘘です。
That's not true.
ではあなたの目は？
Then what about your eyes?
口は？
Your mouth?
耳は？
Your ears?
そして頭と心は？
And your head? And your heart?
まだ動いているではありませんか？
They're still moving, aren't they?
それにその赤い血は今もあなたの全身を駆け巡ってはいないのですか？
And that red blood is still flowing through your entire body, isn't it?
それは
Well,
それが動いているのはあなたの意志の力。
they're moving by the power of your will.
生きたいと願い、誰かを守りたいと願う優しくて尊き魂の導き。
It's your desire to live and to protect others. Your kind and noble soul is guiding you.
ならば強く願え。
So, wish even stronger.
もっと強く、たけだけしく、目の前の敵を倒し、大切な人を守りたいと、その五臓六腑と手足、指の先にまで命令しろ。
Gather more strength, more ferocity. If you wish to defeat the enemy before you and protect the people you hold dear, command your innards, your limbs, and even your fingertips to do it.
運命など幻想、神の力など無力。
Fate is but an illusion. Even the power of gods is meaningless.
サイコロの目を決めるのは天でも神でもましてや偶然でもない。
It's not heaven, or the gods, or even coincidence that decides how the dice fall.
それはあなたの意志、すべてを打ち破り貫こうとする誰にも負けない意志の力。
It's your strength of will, the indomitable will that can tear through anything. I suddenly sensed a hint of strength in my fingertips and the base of my feet. My heart was burning hot and beating strong. I could feel the blood coursing through my whole body. That's right. Not yet. It's not over yet. It can't end yet. I can't let it end like this.
前原圭一。
Kechi Maibara?
誰よりも罪深く、そしてそれ
Oh, the dope song.
高潔で優しさを貫こうと志す強き心の人よ。
You've sinned greater than anyone else, and that's what made you such a strong-hearted person with a passion to be kind and noble.
キロは全て用意した。しかし、それを乗り越え、壁を打ち破ってきたのはお前の力だ。
Many crossroads have been set before us, but your strength was always capable of overcoming them and bursting through those walls.
負けるな。
Don't give in.
立て。
Stand up.
立ち上がれ。
Rise up now.
そして、運命が人の意志よりも脆くて儚いことをこの私に見せてみろ。
Show me that fate is far more fragile and fleeting than human will. My thoughts ceased for a moment, like I was denying what was right in front of me. Impossible. That's impossible. I could smell the smoke coming from the muzzle of my gun, so I did fire a shot. With this gun pointed straight at Kechimaibara. He was only a few meters away. I'd aimed straight between his eyebrows, intending to be merciful and at least let him die without suffering. And yet, the bullet had struck the stone pavement far behind him. I missed? How? Kechi was directly in front of me when I held the gun up, I'm certain of it. And yet, how? He was lying on the cobblestone with his upper body twisted to the side as if he had dodged the bullet. What happened? Maybe I got too excited and was in a trance. What? What's the matter? Where the hell are you even aiming? Damn you! Ridiculous. Oh shit, look at him moving! How? He's got the schmoves! Why can't I hit him? At this range? He's just a kid! Oh, this is just so good and so silly. So why? How can he dodge bullets? What's the meaning of this? Can't hit your target, can you? How can you be a commanding officer if you can't even do that? Kill him! Shoots these damn brats already! Right. What? No way. I stood there with my eyes open wide in disbelief, because standing there unharmed, as if he had deflected all the bullets away from Rika and Satoko, was Kechimaibara, smiling fearlessly. What's with this guy? What happened? How could he defend against this? No, did he dodge them? The hell is this? Am I dreaming? He's becoming a fucking superhero. Keiichi! Keiichi-san! I swear to you, I'm going to protect the people dear to me. So I'll never let you take me down. You'll never hit anything with those pathetic bullets. We will survive this. If you think you can hit something, go ahead and try. Spare me the prattle, you imbecile. What? The next bullet I fired missed Keiichi and the others yet again, but it struck the grenade lying on the ground. Then it ricocheted from there toward one of the soldier's hips, and unbelievably, it hit one of the silver tubes attached to his belt. Cough, cough. What is this? It's tear gas. Now! Come on, you two, this way. Go after them. Hurry up already. Through my tear and snot blurred vision, I could see Keiichi and the others running toward the rear of the shrine grounds, so I barked that order. But the entire squad was hit by that tear gas grenade, so they were in no condition to pursue. I can't even shoot like this. I can't believe such a stupid, unlikely coincidence cost us such an easy opportunity to take them out. Shit. How did they... I stifled my coughing fit and wiped the tears from my eyes, but that moment... a ghost appeared. As I saw Keiichi and the others were running away with their back turned to me, right beside them. It was her.
あんた、
You!
あんたが
So you're here.
運命にすがる者よ。
You who cling to fate.
お前の強き魂は澄んだ黒。
Your strong soul is pitch black.
すべてを飲み込むしかできない孤独の深淵。
Your unfathomable solitude will devour everything.
それでも戦いますか？
And yet, you still wish to fight?
身の程を超えて高きを望む浅ましくも哀れな人の子よ。
Hoping to achieve something greater than yourself, you shallow, woeful child of man.
神が味方するとはね。
So there's a god on their side.
冗談じゃない。
Go off. You've got to be kidding me.
私の力で運命を切り開いてきたのよ。
I carved my own destiny using my own strength.
こんな程度で私の意志を阻めるとでも思ったか、このクソガキが。
Do you think you can overpower my will with just that, you piece of shit god?
ならば戦うといい。
In that case, you may fight
お前の気の済むまで。
until you feel satisfied.
私も今度はお前と戦おうぞ。
But this time, I'll be fighting too. Then, I wiped my eyes once more, but by the time I finished, Kechi, his friends, and that girl had all disappeared. Damn it. Damn it, god damn it. You insufferable piece of shit god. How much more must you curse me until you've had enough?
こっちですわ、二人とも。
This way, both of you.
私の歩幅に合わせて足跡をしっかり踏んでくださいまし。
Please follow my lead, stepping exactly where I step. Satoko ran along the mountain trail at a brisk pace, guiding Rika-chan and me. The mountains behind the Furude Shrine were Satoko's home turf, so of course she had no hesitation as she led the way. And what's more, this trail was apparently the culmination of Satoko's trap work, so the screams and gunshots of the mountain dogs pursuing us quickly diminished, and before long, we couldn't hear them at all. Even looking around a bit, the ropes and logs scattered here and there were well camouflaged by the foliage. What would happen if these things activated? Just imagine her saying no mercy sent a chill down my back.
ちょっとケイチさん、よそ見は禁物ですわ。
Hold on, Kechi-san. You simply mustn't look away.
私の踏んだところ以外は絶対に足を入れてはダメですわよ。
You absolutely cannot step anywhere except the places I've stepped upon.
それと木の幹にも触らないように。
And do not touch the tree trunks.
了解。
Roger. Somehow, Satoko looked completely full of life since we got here. Still, it's reliable to have her at our side, so I welcome it. On the other hand, Rika-chan. She must have misstepped while looking down because Rika-chan stumbled on a rock and fell to the ground. Her face twisted in pain as she remained on the ground, like she'd hit her knee or something.
Rika-chan!
Rika-chan!
大丈夫ですか、リカ。
Rika, are you alright? I carefully picked Rika-chan up and sat her down on an empty section of the ground. She must have cut her knee on a stone or something, because it was bleeding.
痛いのです。
Me, it hurts.
サトコ、絆創膏持ってないか？
Satoko, do you have any band-aids or something?
私はさっきまで人質でしたのよ。
You realize I was a hostage until just a few moments ago.
一つだけならございますけど。
But I do have just one. Satoko wiped the dirt away with a handkerchief as she said that, then pasted it on. It would be really nice to pour some disinfectant or water on it, but that's a luxury we can't afford at the moment. Satoko and I took a breath and then stood up once again.
さあ、急ぎますわよ。
Now let's hurry.
もう少し進めば一番のトラップで待ち伏せができますわ。
If we continue just a little further, we'll be able to ambush them with an ultimate trap.
リカちゃん、立てるか？
Rika-chan, can you stand?
リカちゃん？
Rika-chan?
です。
なんだって？
What was that?
もういいのです。
I'm fine.
僕はもうここで。
I can stay here. No, Rika, no. Then Rika-chan let go of my hand, squatted down on her knees, and buried her face. Her eyes were hollow, and I couldn't sense any of the vitality I felt back when she was confronting Takano.
何言ってるんだ、リカちゃん。
Rika-chan, what are you saying?
こんなところにいても、あいつらに捕まって殺されるだけだろう。
If you stay here, those people are just going to catch you and kill you, right?
ケイチとサトコだけ。 この先に進んでください。
Keiichi, Satoko, you two go on ahead.
僕がここに残ればちょうど時間稼ぎになっていいのです。
I should be able to buy you a little time if I stay here.
バカなことを言ったら承知しませんわよ、リカ。
Rika, how do you expect us to agree to that nonsense?
あなたを置いて逃げられると本気で思っているのでございますか？
Do you seriously believe we could run away and leave you behind?
もう放っておいてくださいなのです。
Please, leave me be.
僕のことは構わずに、もう。
You don't need to worry about me anymore.
そんなことができるなら私だって進んで人質になったりはしませんことよ。
If I was willing to do that, I never would have given myself up as a hostage.
さあ立って早く。
Now stand up. We need to hurry.
じゃあ逃げたらどうなるのですか？
And what'll happen if we run?
このまま逃げて私たちに何があるっていうの？
What'll become of us if we keep running like this? Rika-chan shook her head and looked back at us as huge tears ran down her face.
リカちゃん。
Rika-chan,
私は頑張った。
I did my best.
みんなを救いたい。今度こそ幸せな時間を手に入れるんだって必死に頑張った。
I desperately fought to save everyone this time and win back our happy lifestyle.
いろんなものを信じてもう一度だけ信じてみようって。
I believed in so many things. I wanted to try believing just one more time.
そしてやっともしかしたらって希望を持ったところだったのにみんな打ち砕かれた。
And then, right when I was beginning to have hope this might finally be it, it was all shattered.
私の目の前で
Right before my eyes.
やっぱり今度もダメだった。
I knew it. Even this time, it's all useless.
リカ。
Rika.
みんなもうすぐ死んでしまう。
Everyone is about to die.
末期症状を発症して村全員一人残らず。
Every single person in the village is going to develop terminal symptoms.
もう止められない。
It's too late to stop it.
どうしようもない。
There's nothing we can do about it.
みんなを守れる最善を尽くしたつもりだったのに敵はそれ以上をやってしまったわ。
I did all I could to protect everyone, but the enemy is so far beyond us.
そんな中で私たちだけが生き残って一体何がどうなるっていうのよ。
Tell me, even if we manage to survive this, what's going to happen? Rika-chan screamed and cried out the words she'd been holding back until now. All we could do was stand there and listen quietly. It was a deep, sorrowful despair that Rika-chan alone could understand. Resentment and resignation for having lived through the same period hundreds of thousands of times, expecting, hoping, trying, only to keep receiving despair that trumped it all. It's easy to simply pity her, because we don't have to truly understand the meaning of her sorrow. But I'm sure there's the only one person who can understand that feeling. If Hanyu...
ハニュがいればまだ私も。
If Hanyu was still here, I'd...
リカちゃん。
Rika-chan. That utterance had me feeling uncomfortable. The one who rescued me back when time was frozen near the shrine was definitely that horned girl, Hanyu. The sight of her trying to encourage and inspire me was still burned into my eyes. And of course, Rika-chan was there too. And yet, is there a chance that she didn't realize Hanyu was there? Huh? I could hear human voices coming from the path we just came from. There should have been traps in front of here that they wouldn't have been able to easily escape from, but it's a different story if they weren't coming alone. There's not much time left.
リカちゃん、話は後だ。
Rika-chan, we can talk later.
まずは生き残ることを考えよう。
For now, we need to focus on staying alive.
だから生き残ってどうだっていうの。
And what'll happen if we survive?
みんなと楽しく過ごすことが私の幸せだった。
I wanted to live happily, having tons of fun with everyone.
そのみんながいないのに。
But everyone will be gone.
いなくなってしまったのに。
They won't be here with me.
結局私はこの運命から逃れられなかった。
In the end, we couldn't escape from this fate.
たくさんの人を巻き込んで。
So many people got caught up in this.
みんな私のせいだ。
It's all my fault.
私は結局みんなを不幸にして死ぬことを運命にされた存在なのよ。
In the end, I'm just being destined to die. I'm just a being destined to die and make everyone unhappy. Pow.
いいか、いい加減にしてくださ
Rika, please, that's enough. With her hand on her now red cheek, Rika-chan continued sobbing but looked up in shock. Satoko looked down at Rika-chan after slapping her, and with tears in her eyes as well, she looked straight at Rika-chan and spoke. Have you forgotten what you told me? Weren't you the one who gave me the courage and pride to fight Teppei even after being covered in wounds? Where did that version of you go? Rika wasn't whining and crying like this back then. For the longest time, I'd given up thinking I couldn't help you. But now, it's different. Fate means nothing as long as you have the strength of will, so we can burst right through that dead end. And as long as we're willing to take action, we can open the door to anything. I'll prove it to you. Right here, right now. Or was it something else? Were you only able to say that because you were calm deep down at the time? Was it just lip service you could say only because you pitied me? Because you thought yourself in a superior position to me? If that's the truth, I won't forgive you. I'll never ever forgive you. Please remember, Rika. The noble strength you showed me, that brought hope to my closed heart and dragged me out of the darkness. And the kindness to reject overwhelming opposition and come to my aid. You're not the kind of person right in front of me. Rika Furude is my most proud, most treasured friend. So please, keep on struggling to go on living. This time, I'll be the one to guide you. Got it? Vigorously, and with a firm, sincere heart, Satoko reached her hand out. Satoko Hojo, who always hid in the shadows of others, and ran from the cold treatment the villagers gave her, who used to shrink back, afraid of violence. That old Satoko is long gone. Right here, right in front of Rika-chan and me, our irreplaceable friend was reborn full of pride and courage. Satoko. Rika-chan timidly held out her hand. And then, Satoko firmly grabbed it and tried to pull her up. But the grief and difference in body weight caused her to stagger backwards. Whoa! I grabbed the two of them and held them tight to support them. Keiichi. We can do this, Rika-chan. And you too, Satoko. Rika-chan raised her head and opened her eyes, which had finally regained their luster, and then vigorously nodded. Satoko flashed her a peace sign with her hand while holding her tight in her other hand. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Who do you think you're speaking to? Keiichi-san, the area up ahead is packed with Super A-class traps that could easily send you to hell. Alright! Okay, Satoko, let's enjoy seeing your artistry at work. Yeah! Yeah! Right, yes. It seems the detached force has silently withdrawn. We'll head to the mountains behind the shrine to secure R in the next 10 minutes. I'll be going too. Yes, no need to worry.
早急に全兵力を高場に上げて安全エリアへと移動します。
We'll move all traps to higher ground immediately to get them out of harm's way. Okanogi was half sick of his commanding officer's hysterics on the other end of the receiver, but remained calm and responded like a proper court servant. He felt a bit uncomfortable that this unexpectedly great resistance had withdrawn so easily, but he figured they were getting their equipment in order, and so hurried down the road to the shrine as ordered. The squads divided into their respective vans, then continued down the mountain road where R and her friends were hiding. The intent was to strategically surround them and smoke them out. Commander, all units are standing by in position.
さすがに展開が早いぜ。
Very well.
サンサ、全班にありがたい訓示を頼みます。
Major, please give the order.
高野よ。
This is Takano.
R だけは生かして捕らえること。
Make sure you capture R alive.
他は殺してしまっても構わないわ。
I don't care if you kill the rest.
この山から逃がしてはダメ。
Don't let them escape.
この山で今日の戦いすべてに決着をつけるのよ。
Finish it right there.
ウグイス、ヒバリ、白鷺、山狩りを開始しろ。
Nightingale, Skylark, Huron, start hunting.
大鳥はゴールキーパーで予備兵力を。
Heron. Phoenix will be the goalkeeper, and we'll be the reserve.
緊急展開が可能なように常時待機しろ。
Be ready for anything.
大鳥7、了解。
This is Phoenix 7, roger that.
さあ、
Let's
始め
begin.
ろ。
Let's begin. The mountain dogs started marching, spreading out in a line with a few meters between them. This mountainside was a savage land where not even the villagers would dare tread. There were some trails, but no paved roads for human beings. It required an enormous amount of diligence and patience to hunt on a mountain like this. All the dogs were very nervous. Though the enemies were just children, the initial advance team was allegedly silenced by an unknown number of traps, and given their terrain advantage, it'd be tough from the start.
お待たせしやした。
Sorry to keep you waiting.
とりあえず配置は完了。
For now, arrangements are complete.
あとはいぶされて出てくるのを待つのみです。
After this, we just need to wait for them to get smoked out.
Okanogi.
Okanogi.
山狩りってのは普通。どのくらいの人数がいるの？
How many people do you usually need to search a mountain?
一概には言えませんが、多ければ多いほどいいでしょうな。
It's hard to say, but I'm sure that the more people we have, the better the position we'll be in.
山犬の人数じゃ全員集めても全く足りません。
But all the mountain dogs put together won't be even close to, But all the mountain dogs put together won't be even close to enough.
でも向こうも少人数なんだから、そう不利な条件じゃないでしょう。
But our enemies are just a small group of people. Don't you think we're at an advantage?
ほらよく言うじゃない。
Well, you know what people always say.
守備を崩すには3倍の兵力がいるって。こっちはさらにその倍以上いるんだから。
Takes thrice the forces to break a defense. We have twice more than that on our side.
まあ、数万の兵力の場合ならそういう数式になるでしょう。
Well, that theory works if we're talking about thousands of soldiers.
もっとミニマムなゲリラ戦ではそうもいきません。
But I don't think it applies in more minimalized guerrilla warfare.
米軍がベトナムでそいつを嫌になるほど証明してます。
The US military proved as much back in Vietnam.
なら今回の山狩り。
Then, in this case,
おこのぎはどれだけの兵力がいると見てるの？
how great of a force do you think you need to search this mountain, Okanoki?
何でもありってことでですか？
Whatever works, I guess.
何でもありって意味がわからないけど、どのくらいが適
She's
当な
like, just answer the fucking question. I don't know what you mean by that. What would be an appropriate military force?
3名とはいえ、進む道にはトラップが点在しています。
Though there are only 3 enemies, there are traps littered across the entire area.
しかも、急ごしらえじゃない徹底したやつだ。
Plus, they're not hastily set up. They're well thought out.
実際の人数以上の働きをすると考えた方がいいでしょう。
So it's best to think the enemies have more attack strength than their numbers suggest.
それは認めるけど、所詮子供でしょ？
Let me see if I still have that video. Let me, one quick second. If I type in... Okay, let me see if it's this. Sorry if it's loud. Okay, yeah, this fucking video. Let me switch to second screen here. Whenever I think of, like traps. Whenever like I thought of this, I don't know if I brought this up before, but Satoko and her traps, I always like especially in the forest, I always think of this video. Like I assume this is what's happening.
Dozens of bamboo sticks were inserted directly into the cap, making our soldiers suffer a lot. But even more vicious is the canned grenade. 2 grenades are stuck into an empty can. The grenades are pulled by a half-wire control. If a soldier passes by at that moment, if they touch the tripwire, they'd be wiped out. But there's nothing more sinister than a crossbow trap. If one of our soldiers touches the tripwire, the locking mechanism connected to the tripwire is instantly released. A poisoned, feces-soaked arrow shoots directly at the American soldier. Jesus wouldn't be able to save him. There's also the mind-boggling bamboo trap. If an ungrateful soldier passes by at that moment, the bamboo rafts will fall from the sky. We'll randomly select a few lucky people. The deaths were horrific. Even the Vietnamese would not let go of the poisoned snakes. They would throw them into the traps they dug. The guys who fall in will get a big surprise. The Vipers were thrilled to see the prey at their doorstep.
That's basically what I expect. Sato's traps are always like. So yeah, Takano says, I understand that, but they're still only children. That's what I think too, but we're in their territory. One kid who knows an area well can be equal to a finely trained patrol unit. They're more troublesome than you think, Major. Then tell me how great of a force you'll need to actually suppress them. We'll need 1 division. Let me explain what I mean by that. 3 or 4 mountain dogs make a battalion, and 3 or 4 battalions make a regiment. And finally, 3 or 4 regiments make a division. Are you saying we need 10 times as many people? Of course, that alone isn't enough. We need to get in touch with an artillery base and request an advanced bombardment. If we could get help from the air, I'd want a Phantom to drop napalm bombs. You've got to be kidding me. We don't have that much force at our disposal. What do you think would happen if we tried to chase them down with our current manpower? Well, it won't be easy, that's for sure. Okanogi laughed boldly. He said it wouldn't be easy, but he also seemed to be implying that he was the only one capable of doing it. Although this is their territory, they just got there a little while ago. The forward advance team should have used up a lot of the traps they set up. And what's more, if they don't have a well-secured headquarters, the tension and constant movements will continue building up fatigue. A scorched earth strategy should be enough to win this fight. Takano was feeling a little anxious as she listened to Okanogi's assessment. The forward advance team was an excellent squad that had served as Takano's personal guard, and yet they were silenced in no time at all. Satoko's traps are dangerous, of course, but they still had something on their side. And what about the chemical dispersal team? Still no contact? Skylark to base. We've relocated some of the targets. We can't see R. We're still searching. We can use them as hostages. Capture them even if R isn't there. Nightingale, did you hear that? Gather up the nearby units and block their escape route. Roger. We'll back you up. Damn it! This is Skylark 4. We've been attacked. Shit. Don't let them get away.
丸太を山ほど転がしてきやがった。
They let loose tons of logs.
縛り6が捻挫で追撃不能。
Skylark 6 sprained his ankle, unable to pursue.
残りで追撃する。
We'll go on without him.
逃がすなよ。
Don't let them escape.
手を追いまくれ。休ませるんじゃねえ。
Keep chasing them until the end. Don't even give them a chance to rest. This is Skylark 11. We've encountered a trap. Skylark 12 and 13 probably have concussions. We would have been dead if we weren't lucky. This is Skylark 16. A trap got me. I'm tangled in steel wires, unable to escape. I can't cut them with my knife. Someone bring a wire cutter. Chaotic radio transmissions came in one after another. Obviously, Okinoki had been wrong about the mountain dogs being in an advantageous position. 9 Gale 10 to base. Those bastards disguised a pit trap with a well. 2 members fell in, unable to rescue them. We need help. Stop. What's the matter, Nightingale 10? Come in, Nightingale 10. This is Nightingale 10. I've been hit. I was pushed from behind. Nightingale 9 through 11 are in the well now. We're unharmed, but ain't unable to escape. Shit! Base to Nightingale. Your backup has been attacked. The enemy can see your movements. Watch out! This is Nightingale 1. I have a question. How can they see our movements? There's no UAV in the air or anything. Skylark 1 to base. We failed in our pursuit. We lost them. This is impossible. This mountainside is full of traps. We've already had a lot of injured men and only covered a short distance. Heron 1 to HQ. We found R and some of her friends. We're going after them. We need assistance immediately. They split up. They split up, huh? Their plan is to confuse and entangle us with traps. Heron 1, be careful. They're luring you into a trapped area. They're splitting up to divert us and planning an ambush. This is an extremely advanced tactic. There have already been many injuries in the other units due to these traps and ambushes. Be careful. Be prepared for anything, Heron 1. Heron 1? Heron 2 to base. Heron 1 is trapped. Come on, somebody cut the rope. The rest of you keep going. Don't let R escape. Nightingale 1 to base. Nightingale 7 and his team have gone silent. It's very possible that they've been attacked. Allow us to send assistance. This is Heron 5. 3 of our unit members have been knocked out by falling drums. What the hell is this? Are there more of those ahead of us? This is Skylark 13. I was down. There's one of them now. I'll chase them down. Damn it. I'm gonna get you.
よせやめろひばり13
Stop Skylark 13.
お前が一人で叶う相手じゃない
You can't take them down by yourself. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Come out, wherever you are. Come on, this way.
そっかきが
Damn kid.
待ちやがれ
Wait right there. Skylark 13 chased Satoko with an enraged snarl on his face, but Satoko ran through the woods effortlessly. Small branches scratched his body all over, but he continued to chase Satoko. Satoko ran like the wind. To her, she was simply running in her own backyard. Who would get injured in a place like that? As Skylark 13 ran after her, he passed many mountain dogs who couldn't even move because of Satoko's traps. The more of his trap fellows he saw, the more he wasn't sure if the girl he was after was really a girl. She was just something that looked like one. He reached an area where logs were stacked up in piles. It seemed like the trees in the area were being chopped down. It was a rather strange scene. On his way there, Skylark 13 saw a member from a different unit hanging upside down from a tree. He also saw feet sticking out of a pitfall. There was a member whose foot was tied to the root of a tree with a device that looked like a pair of handcuffs. He reached this area after seeing all of them. He suddenly started sweating all over his body, for Skylark 13 realized that he had been lured into a trap. He had been caught in a snare. She had tricked him. The girl was standing in the middle of the open area, calmly balancing on a stump. She was simply looking at him. Shit, he thought. She's trying to lure me in.
ひばり13だ
This is Skylark 13.
一人を広場みたいなところで追い詰めた
I chased one of them to an open field.
捕まえてやる
I'll catch her. I'll get her.
こちらウグイス7
This
お前の後ろで吊るされてる男だ
This is Nightingale 7. I'm the one hanging behind you.
そいつは少女じゃない少女の姿をした悪魔だ
That isn't a girl. That's a demon.
そいつの後を追えば地獄まで誘い込まれるぞ
If you chase her, you'll end up in hell.
本部よりひばり13
Base to Skylark 13.
それで十分だ応援を待て
That's enough. Wait for assistance.
今そこに最寄りの隊員を向かわせている
Some nearby members are on their way. Oh, ho, 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 ho. What's the matter, huh?
私を捕まえたければ、あともう10メートルくらいは歩く必要がございますわよ。
If you want to catch me, you need to step forward about 10 meters. It was only 10 meters. If you walked about 10 meters, you could catch that bratty little girl. How many steps do you have to take to walk 10 meters? If you took 10 steps to walk 10 meters, that meant that there would be 10 more chances of stepping on a trap. But it was only 10 steps. You can catch her after taking just 10 steps.
そう思いなら、まずは最初の一歩を踏み出してみればいいではございませんの。
Well, if you really want to catch me, then why not take your first step?
ほらほら。
Come on. Shit. How was he going to take his first step? That area with weeds looked suspicious, but the bare ground looked suspicious too. What if he jumped onto a tree stump? No, that was what she wanted him to do. Cold sweat was dripping off of Skylark 13's body. He only needed to take 10 steps, so why was he so nervous about taking the first one?
ひばり13
Skylark 13.
ここから見る限り切り株の上は安全そうに見える
From what I can see, the tree stumps look okay.
切り株だ
You can jump on them.
押せひばり13
Don't, Skylark 13.
さっき根っこで足を縛られてたウグイス8だ
This is Nightingale 8, the one tied to the tree root.
切り株はきっと罠だ
The tree stumps must be traps.
辺りは切り株だらけというのがうさんくさい
There are too many stumps here, and that's just too suspicious.
聞こえるかひばり13
Can you hear me, Skylark 13?
ブッシュは危険だ
Don't go into any bushes, it's dangerous.
草むら悪夢だ
Don't step on the weeds.
むき出しの土もやばい
The open ground is dangerous too. Shit.
どこを踏めばいいんだよ空を飛んでけってのかよ
Then where should I step? Do you want me to fly?
まだいらっしゃいませんの？
What on earth are you doing?
私退屈ですから、そろそろ失礼しますわよ。
I'm growing bored waiting for you. Oh, ho, 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 ho.
こちら、スマキにされて転がっているウグイス9だ。
This is Nightingale 9, the one who's tied up.
今、標的の一人に、頭を蹴られている。
Right now, one of the targets is kicking me in the head.
そこはトラップフィールドだと言ってるぞ。
She says that it's a trap field. Eh?
その待ち構えてる小娘の最高傑作が設置されているらしい。
Supposedly, that girl's magnum opus is set up there.
油断するな。
You should be extra careful. You've got to be kidding me. Did he say magnum opus? What does he mean by magnum opus? And what about all the other traps? Weren't they her magnum opus? We mountain dogs are professionals. We're paid to engage in battle. Yet this little girl is playing us like fools. Can we not beat her? Can't we beat that brat? This must be a bluff. How is it possible for a trap to exist that's worse than what I've seen so far? That's a bluff. That must be a bluff. Now I'm definitely going to get her. Should I start with my right foot or my left? The girl suddenly lifted her hand and thrust at me. Is she trying to tell me to stop? 5 steps. What?
何事もなく5歩を無事に歩けたらあなたの勝利ということでいいですわよ。
If you could take 5 steps without stepping on a trap, you win.
それは大した自信じゃねえか。
I see. You're confident, aren't you?
もし俺が5歩何もなく歩けたらどうするつもりだ？
If I take 5 steps safely, what are you going to do?
そうですわね。
Let's see.
私と敗北を認めて降参して差し上げてもよろしくってよ。
I'll admit my loss and surrender. How about that?
私、今日は最高にトラップ脳が絶好調ですの。
How about that? My brain is as sharp as ever today.
あなたを5歩で絡め取ってご覧に入れますわ。
I'll get you before you take your 5th step. Stupid fucking kid.
落ち着け、ひばり13。挑発に乗るな。
Calm down, Skylark 13. Don't let her provoke you.
そいつは悪魔だ。外見に騙されるな。
She's a demon. Don't let her appearance fool you.
そいつは人の心を読むぞ。俺たちの叶う相手じゃねえ。
She can read your mind. We can't defeat her.
本部よりひばり13。
Base to Skylark 13.
深追いするな。
Don't go any further.
十分だ。
That's enough.
近くまでウグイスが応援に来ている。
Nightingale is almost there.
その場で耐えろ。
Just stay in position.
負けってことじゃねえかよ。
But that would mean I'd lose. 5 steps.
5歩だと？
5 steps, you say?
さあ、乗ってやるぜ。5歩だな。
Damn it. I'm in then. 5 steps, right?
たったの5歩だな。
Just 5 steps, right?
男が何度もくどいですわね。
How many times do you need to repeat it?
愛のささやき以外は男は一言で十分ですわよ。
A man should only say things once, unless he's whispering words of love.
このガギャー！
Damn you, kid.
ひばり13。
Skylark 13.
読まれるぞ。劇場は思考を読まれるぞ。
She's going to read your mind.
落ち着け。
Calm down.
俺はひばりの13番。
That's right. I'm Skylark 13.
ミントみたいにクールなのが取り柄さ。
I'm cool like a fresh mint.
熱くならずによく考えろ。
So I need to keep a level head and think.
俺の思考はすでに絡め取られている。
Right. She's already onto my thoughts.
奴に向かって5歩進まなければならないって時点で思考を絡め取られてたぜ。
She can see how I'll think if I have to take 5 steps towards her.
ほうほう。それはどういう意味でございますの？
Whatever do you mean by that? This is what it means.
前じゃねえ。後ろに5歩歩くんだよ。
I won't go forward. I'll take 5 steps backwards.
決まった。決まったぜ俺。
I did it. I did it.
こいつはトンチだったんだ。
I was certain it was a trick.
5歩歩けば俺の勝ちだったんだ。
If I take 5 steps, I win.
前である必要はねえ。後ろに下がったってそれは5歩なんだ。
She didn't say I had to move forward.
どうだよこの悪魔め。
I can go backwards too.
だから
I told you.
あなたは5歩でおしまいなんですわよ。
5 steps and it's all over. That moment. Thanks to her continued success, Satoko may have gotten a little careless. She had gotten surrounded by the approaching squad just 0.2 of a second later, and was too slow to react. Huh? A dry sound rang out from the tree trunk in front of her, and wood chips scattered everywhere. The moment she tried to look back, another bullet was fired into that same tree. Don't move! Hands up! The enemies approached from behind, stepping on fallen leaves and brushwood. Judging by the footsteps, there were 4 of them. Satoko reluctantly raised her hands and moved them behind her head. Where are the others?
さあ。
I wonder.
今頃秘密の抜け道を通って遥か彼方にどう引こうかしら。
Perhaps by now they're fleeing far away via a secret passage. Another gunshot. How short-tempered. And they were firing at a tree to intimidate her. They probably never fired at a person before. Satoko realized that immediately. Answer me! We'll spare your life only if you call your friends in to help you. That'd be most difficult. Even I have no idea where that might be at the moment. Then, you want to die right here? One of them violently jabbed Satoko in the back with something that felt like a hard stick. She didn't need to check if it was a gun. Rather than fear the impending danger, she felt a strange resolve, and it actually kind of tickled. Oh! That's right, I just remembered the secret password for calling for help. What is it? Tell us! Satoko slowly turned back and grinned, as though she was immediately convinced of her victory. Then listen very carefully. Alright? Drop dead, poodles. You bitch! Hey, that's the truth. Right? Yeah. There's something kind of cute about the name Poodles. How? What? Sorry, Ki-chan. We're late. Mion. Reina. Ow. Our eyes opened wide as soon as we noticed Mion and Reina at the location we planned to meet Satoko at. Are you guys okay? Why are you here? Well, there's not much to say. The enemy ambushed us, so we had no choice but to take a detour, and then we ran into Satoko. How? Mi-chan, you went on ahead and didn't wait for me. That was cruel. You have no idea how many times I almost got hit by traps. I was so caught up in rushing here that, well, I got careless. But in the end, I went back to help you, right? And you really pushed in until the end before helping, huh? Thanks to that, we were able to run into Satoko-chan when she was really in a pinch, though. No, that doesn't matter right now. I didn't want to get into a long conversation in our current situation, so I interrupted with a question of my own. More importantly, are you guys feeling alright? Did you see a helicopter flying overhead on your way here? Did you inhale any weird fumes? Weird fumes? No, but we did have a bit of a fight with an RPG. This is no time to be talking about games. That's a funny joke. Kechi-san? By RPG, she means an infantry-class RPG-7 anti-tank missile launcher. Satoko gently tugged at my sleeve as she chimed in. Sheesh, how do you know this stuff? And we didn't see a helicopter flying around either. They blew up our car and we pretended to retreat, so they pulled out quickly. Right now, Kasai should be leading a separate squadron to re-enter from there. And by the way, I thought it was odd they were wearing masks and protective clothing. They looked like firefighters getting ready to enter a burning oil facility. What is going on? I wouldn't know. Rika-chan, Satoko, and I all looked at one another, then tilted our heads in confusion. Then, what the hell is happening?
それはさておき
Setting that aside for now,
敵は思ったよりも大勢だ
our enemies have greater numbers than expected,
しかも飛び道具を持っている
and they're packing firearms.
状況は決して甘くはない
So this is not an easy situation. However, Mion raised her fist and spoke up.
効か不効かこっちは迎撃する立場だ
For better or worse, we're in a position to intercept them.
しかもサトコのトラップがワンサと仕掛けられたいわば私たちのホームグラウンド
And we're in a place where Satoko has plenty of traps set up, so you could say this is our home turf.
奴らはこっちが子供ばかりしかも数と火力に物を言わせて油断しているだろうけどその目論みが甘いってことを思い知らせてやろう
They're getting careless because they think we're just kids. They have numbers and firepower on their side, so let's show them just how flawed that assessment is.
敵は強ければ強いほど燃えてくるよ
The stronger the enemy, the stronger our fire burns.
ねケイチ君
Right, Ketchikun?
おうよ
Yup.
ミオここは地理情報に詳しいやつが勝敗を左右する
Mion, familiarity with the landscape here will be critical in claiming victory.
リーダーをお前に戻して指揮権を任せるぜ
So, I'll let you take command now.
はいよ
Sure thing.
こいつは一子相伝の極意だ
I'll show you the secret arts passed down through the generations.
しっかり目に焼き付けて来年からは頼んだよケイちゃん
Burn it into your eyes, Ki-chan, because I'm entrusting this to you starting next year. Mion and I grinned and exchanged a high five. Now, commencing the counterattack. Whoa. Whoa. That was weird. I think it's maybe because I clicked out of the window or something. Alright, we're gonna have to... Oh. We're gonna have to end the Higurashi reading here. I'm still, like, losing my voice. There's a lot to this, but I think... I have reason to believe that we can finish this, and probably just because of how we're poised in the story. Like, this feels like there's only gonna be one more stream of this to finish this arc, so... If we end here, that'll give us a good amount of time, I think, to get that done. It might be a week from today, though. Next week, especially if I want to finish this in one more stream, it would make sense to do it on another Saturday kind of stream like this. So it might not be another Tuesday Higurashi next week. And because of certain stuff coming out, scheduling-wise, basically, easiest way of saying it, there's like a couple games I currently have going on that I kind of want to finish before end of week next week. So I think it lends itself nicely to we just next week finish this, you know, if it takes another few hours or so. So that'll probably be the case. So another week until the next and final Higurashi stream of this arc. But I do still want to stream, I think. Let me check. Okay, yeah, we still have time. So I'm actually going to switch to Valkyria Chronicles because that's one of the games that I'm very close to finishing. So if I can put in a few hours here today, that would be actually really good as far as finishing, or getting close to finishing that game. So I'm going to throw up a BRB. I'm going to take just a little bit of a break, and then I'll get that all loaded and started up. So thanks for watching. As always, Higurashi. I love reading Higurashi as long as everyone else is having fun along with me. So I'll be back shortly. Like I said, give me a good handful of minutes and I'll have Valkyria Chronicles set up. So be back very shortly.